The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Representative Rigsby.
Let's unite our hearts in prayer this morning. Father in heaven, we come before you today in awe of who you are. You are the eternal God, the creator of the heavens and the earth. You spoke the universe into existence, hung the stars in their place, and formed mankind in your image. There is none like you in power, none like you in holiness, none like you in glory. Nations rise and fall under your sovereign hand, yet your throne stands forever. Lord, as we gather in this chamber, we are reminded that we are small and you are great. We are finite and frail, yet you are everlasting. Your wisdom is unsearchable, your mercy beyond measure, and your faithfulness reaches to every generation. Father, your word declares that all of us have sinned and fallen short of your glory. None of us can stand righteous before a holy God by our own works, accomplishments, or our positions. But we praise you today for the good news of the gospel. It was in your love and mercy that you sent your son Jesus Christ into the world. He lived a perfect and sinless life that we could never live. He willingly went to the cross, bore the punishment of our sin, so that sinners like us could be forgiven and reconciled to you. So, Lord, we proclaim today that salvation is not found in government, power, wealth, or even our own human effort, but is in Christ alone. He is the Savior of the world, the King of kings, the Lord of lords. Through him there is grace for the guilty, hope for the broken, and eternal life for all who repent and believe. So may the truth of who you are humble us this day. May the mercy you have shown us soften our hearts. And may the gospel of Jesus Christ remind us that above every earthly authority stands the one true and living God. We ask that your presence would be with us this morning. We invite you into this place. Give us wisdom, humility, and reverence for your truth. And we ask all this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Gray.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyard, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myricks, Nelson, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shirey, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood, Yarbrough.
"83 members have answered roll. Quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the leave of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the second legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the second legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making announcements.
Mr. Speaker, I have no announcements today.
Pro Tem Pringle, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Thursday, May 7th at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion prevails. Clerk now receives reports. Standing committees receive those reports throughout the day. The House now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The clerk will call the first bill on the regular order calendar.
On page 2 of the calendar, House Bill number 1 by Representative Pringle relating to elections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply creates a mechanism to hold special primary elections in certain districts in the state of Alabama and certain congressional districts should the federal courts relieve us of the injunction against us. And with that, I move final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker, for the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So I heard, I've been watching a lot in the news, a lot of comments from various individuals weighing in on this subject in our state. But one of the things that I like to address, a couple things. From yesterday, I was very disappointed at some of the actions within the committee and the way the process went. Some of the rules within the committee was not followed to its entirety based upon the way we interpret it. And a little disappointed in some of the folks that I thought were my friends in their comments and the way some of our members were cut off when they were expressing themselves about a very important issue for them and their districts. And so I just want to note that to my colleagues that were part of this process yesterday. I'm very disappointed, and I will just continue to have conversations with people offline, but this is very disappointing at the treatment of our members. On yesterday, it was disrespectful. I went back and watched it. I was present for most of it. I went back and watched it and never thought that I would see those type of actions happen in a committee. Mr. Pringle, I also want to address some of the comments that I've been reading in the press. And one of them, it seems like they were trying to draw us in to really be able to respond. But our focus today is to focus on the facts and to really get to the bottom of the intent of why we're here today. I think that one individual mentioned something about African Americans not really needing representation. Well, I'm not going to focus on putting a sledgehammer to a gnat because that's what I think of him. And secondly, I'm not going to spend any time on a person that's in third place and not first place. And so I think that he needs to understand that. Furthermore, what I'm going to say today deals with the actual order itself and the injunction. And I know that, and certainly have a lot of respect for you, Pro Tem Pringle. But I want to read this particular statement from the actual court filings that deals with this particular case. And this is something that the state of Alabama agreed to and consented to. The state further represented that it will not challenge on appeal the duration of an injunction that requires the Secretary of State to use the Special Master Plan for 2026, 2028, and 2030 congressional elections, as well as all special or other congressional sections prior to the adoption of a new congressional district map based upon the 2030 census. So I understand that there was a motion filed, and our Secretary of State actually has until Thursday to respond as to why he did not violate the injunction. Well, I don't think the courts would actually force the Secretary of State to respond in writing by Thursday if, in fact, they didn't think that there was merit to the situation. Now, are we in contempt as a state for actually coming into a session that we're deeming as elections when it really deals with the congressional districts and redistricting? Now, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Pro Tem, about the intent of preempting the court's decisions. But the agreement that I just read actually speaks to the agreement from the state of Alabama not to appeal this injunction. And there was an injunction filed, in the order, but there was an injunction filed. And so are we not in this chamber right now in violation of that order?
The state has always defended its ability to use a legislatively drawn map In our statement, we were not challenging the duration of the injunction. We never said we wouldn't challenge the legal basis of the decision, of the injunction. And after Callis, we believe we basically are on the right side. We have the right to appeal. That's
I
what
don't
you're
think
doing.
you do not have the right to appeal something that's already been in the order. You signed an agreement not to appeal. I just read the statement from the court. This came exactly from the actual document.
Wait.
So what do I need to file an injunction
I'm
on
not-
all
I'm
parties
not an-
involved?
I'm not an
Do I need to do that? Well, we'll do that then. Since one has been filed, the Secretary of State, I'll file one against everyone else involved. How about we do that? And we'll let you deal with it in court. And when you look at this, I want to go through something before I get into this. I want us to think about how this all began. See, this moment doesn't exist in a vacuum. This is a moment in a long line of history. From the adoption of the 13th Amendment and the 15th Amendment in 1865 and 1870, to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, to the elections of Alabama's first black congressman since Reconstruction, Earl Hilliard, through Congresswoman Sewell in 2011, and through the Shelby Holder case in 2013, and to the 2023 case regarding from the state of Alabama redrew lines that were struck down and where the courts had to redraw those particular lines. To now, when Section 2 is under their gun, and I want to note that many of these events, especially in 1965 and now in 2026, all were in Montgomery. See, it's up to us as a body not to fall for the pressures from the national level. I've been seeing other states falling in line, but we've always been an independent body. I think that this particular legislation is going to drive us more apart than together. And so for individuals to say that I don't deserve to have the representation that understand me in order to make lives better for people that have been in the same situation as me is offensive. Now, you didn't say this, but I'm speaking to the person that's listening right now. He knows who I'm talking about. It's all political theater. See, I'm like Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Every time when we come here, we talk to each other. We want to have dinner, lunch, smoke cigars, do whatever it is, and support each other at each other's events. But when you're trying to take representation from me in the community that I represent, that's not right. So for me, if you want to take my representation, then I'm going to take my dollars elsewhere. I'm going to make sure the dollars that I spend is going in the community that I represent. See, every movement has to be, in order to get someone's attention, it has to be economic. I'm taking my money out your banks. See, so I don't think we understood the impact of the Target movement. If you think the Target movement was something, wait until you see this one. See, I'm not playing games here today. Don't pat me on the back and call me your friend, but stab me in the back, stab me in the chest where I see it coming. And so I understand that there are folks here that I care a great deal about, that I have their back no matter what, and I know their heart. But this is not becoming of this legislature. We've always prided ourselves on being independent and not falling to the pressure of anyone, whether they consider themselves a dictator or not. We've always been the ones that took care of the people. And in this administration, I will tell you this, because you got to be truthful, even if you are on a different side of the aisle. From school funding, this legislature has done more for school funding in poor communities than any administration, whether it's Democrat or Republican. I acknowledge that, and I applaud that, and I appreciate that. But this is not in line with where we've tried to go. So for me, I'm bothered. I'm bothered. But to every action, there has to be a reaction. It's not violence, it's not hate toward each other, but it has to be economic. So I'll be doing my homework. And we'll be organizing to ensure that if our voices are not heard and we're not at the table, then doggone, we're not going to be on it. We'll create our own table so everybody can bring a chair. So I'm just really bothered. I know this is not directed at you, Pro Tem, because I know your heart. But the intent from other places is just not right.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
Good morning, and thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, my fellow Mobile delegation
Good
member,
morning,
Speaker
Ms. Clark.
Pro Tem Pringle. And to members of this body, I stand before you today in a state of dismay and outrage. As a Black voter, I feel a deep sense of betrayal. I was particularly struck by the passionate arguments made yesterday against this bill during the public hearing in the General Fund Committee. But sadly, the pleas that the speakers made for fair representation were ignored by those who would deny that fundamental right to Black citizens across this state of Alabama. I was also struck by the fact that there were no enthusiastic advocates speaking for the bill, and that no one could sensibly articulate why this bill is even necessary at this particular time, a time in which votes are already being cast for the May 19th primaries. There's also an undeniable irony in this. As we just finished celebrating the 61st Selma Jubilee in March to honor the foot soldiers of the civil rights movement who fought, bled, and in some cases even died for the right to vote. Foot soldiers like the late, great Congressman John Lewis, who spent his entire life fighting to ensure that you and I have that right. He knew it wouldn't be easy, and he knew there would be setbacks like this HB1 that would intentionally erase years of hard-fought progress. But like Congressman Lewis said, and I quote, "Ours is not a struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is not a struggle of one judicial appointment or presidential term. Ours is a struggle of a lifetime, or maybe even many lifetimes, and in each one of us, in every generation, must do our part," unquote. Alabama House Democrats have said the freedom to vote is the most powerful tool that Alabamians have to make their voices heard and to enact positive change. We strongly believe that all eligible citizens must be free to exercise their voting rights with ease and confidence in safe, secure, and fair elections. We support efforts to increase voter participation, and we oppose unnecessary obstacles to voting, including gerrymandering, racial discrimination, and all forms of voter suppression. As I look at so many of the issues that plague us this day, regardless of the color of our skin and our zip code, issues like affordability, exploding fuel costs, and the crisis we have in healthcare, I believe much of the reason we are in this situation is because of deliberate and targeted efforts to suppress the vote. Sadly, many of these efforts have largely been successful, and that has diminished the power of the people to hold their elected officials accountable. I say successful because in 2022 midterms, the voter participation rate was a dismal 38.5%, the lowest in 30 freaking years. We can and must increase our voter participation rate. How will HB1 do that? How will racially gerrymandering congressional districts encourage or increase voter participation when Black voters see their current Black representatives being literally out of office? Well, I don't understand, or what I don't understand about HB1 is that the court did not overturn Allen versus Milligan. And in fact, the court made it clear that there were significant differences between the cases. And on page 4 of the Louisiana case syllabus, it states in part that Allen versus Milligan, and I quote, did not address whether race-based redistricting under Section 2 could extend indefinitely into the future despite significant changes in conditions, nor did it address whether Section 2 plaintiffs must disentangle race from politics in proving their case. Indeed, the syllabus states further, Allen did not address the 14th Amendment at all. But here, the decision before the court is based on the 14th Amendment, unquote. You know, Alabama remains under an injunction not to draw new maps until 2030, as Leader Daniel stated. The court has not instructed Alabama to do anything but comply with the agreement it had already made, which means that HB1 is and you said it on yesterday in committee, Pro Tem Pringle, it is a what-if bill. Yet, if it's signed into law and the injunction is listed, the effect of HB1 would be to implement maps that were found by the very same high court of this nation to be racially discriminatory. So why are we doing this now? Especially knowing the immediate and irreparable harm it will do to Black representation. How will Black Alabama voters feel if they have already cast an absentee ballot in this election cycle that is happening as we speak, only to find out their vote has been nullified, especially when the state of Alabama is under court order not to do anything in regards to redistricting until 2030. This bill, HB1, will have the effect of purposefully diluting the power of the Black vote by denying Black voters the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. How will that increase civic engagement and voter participation? We all know that it will not, and in fact, I predict it will further decrease voter turnout. That's not how our democracy is supposed to work. We should be doing everything to ensure that every single citizen exercises their right to vote. Our goal should be working toward 100% voter participation for every election. In our democracy, the voters should be the ones choosing the politicians, not the other way around. So that's why in the last regular legislative session, I introduced House Bill 486, the Alabama Voting Rights Act. I sponsored this bill on behalf of the Alabama Voting Rights Coalition because it would protect voters from discrimination, ensure fair voting districts, and automate the process for those seeking to have their voting rights restored. This bill was co-sponsored by all of my House Democratic colleagues, and it would have allowed for same-day voter participation, as well as expanded access for absentee voting. You know, for a brief moment, Pro Tem Pringle, I felt a sense of hope because that bill received a favorable review in committee, but unfortunately, we ran out of time before it could come to the floor for a vote before the session ended. I felt hopeful because it finally seemed like we were going to address the real problem we have when it comes to voting, and that's low voter turnout. Too many people in Alabama, especially Black voters, simply feel like their vote doesn't count and they stay at home on election day. But instead of trying to increase voter turnout or make voting more accessible or easier for people who, for many good reasons, can't vote on election day, this body continues to find more ways to make voting more difficult, more ways to suppress the vote, and more ways to dilute the power of the Black vote. Make no mistake, that's what HB1 would do, and it's a tragic step backwards for Black Alabama voters. But we've been here before, and we will not give up this fight. We will remember the words of President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who signed the 1965 Voting Rights Act. President Johnson said, and I quote him, "The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by human beings for breaking down injustice and destroying the terrible walls which imprison people because they are different from others, unquote. To use race as a tool to gerrymander districts perpetrates injustice and erodes faith in our elections and in our democracy. In closing, I'd like to say again that we will not give up this fight. We will continue our efforts to increase voter participation and to make voting easier and more accessible for everyone, regardless of who you are and what you look like. That's what real democracy looks like, and that's what we should all be fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Man, I haven't heard from you this morning. I've been looking forward to this opportunity. Because it feels like it wasn't that long ago that when you and I were standing up here and having a conversation about redistricting and so forth. And there's some irony here where a map that you refused to support a few years ago is now you carrying a bill to make it go into effect. Ain't that something? That is something. And I don't want you to take all the heat for this.
Thank you.
Because some bad lawyering got us here. Ooh, buddy, bad lawyer. And it's amazing to me that one of the main protagonists in that bad lawyering is out here throwing Hail Marys all over the field that just keep hitting the ground. It's amazing. It's easy to live today when you can act like yesterday never happened. But we got a very long memory. We were here just a few years ago talking about this particular map that your bill is trying to enact as being an illegal racial gerrymander. And to take that a step further, because we were so defiant in our 2023 session when we tried to pass a map, we even added an intentional discrimination 14th Amendment violation to that too, which ultimately forced us into a corner to agree to not do anything until 2030. Essentially, Alabama's on 4 years of probation. But instead of just honoring that 4 years of probation, we're in this session trying to go on a bender. But there will be consequences to that. Because in my estimation and many others, we are in contempt because we said we weren't going to do anything like this. Our behavior was so bad in 2023 that we had to agree not to do anything until 2030. That's something. But here we are. And I just want to ask you a question because I've heard a lot of things in the media, and I want to clarify a couple of things. First and foremost, the Supreme Court was very clear in their opinion that the Calais case doesn't apply to the Milligan case. The man who wrote the opinion said that it does not overturn Allen v. Milligan. Is that right?
Page 36.
Said it twice. Matter of fact, said Alabama refused to make the appropriate argument to make it work. So the fact that we're over here begging court after court, 11th Circuit, 3-judge panel, and Supreme Court to help us out of an emergency that we created on our own is just so disingenuous, it's almost ridiculous and insulting. But I will say this too, because in our conversation, we talked about this. That map that we passed in 2023 was not only just regular non-compliant, it was super non-compliant because it asked for 2 majority districts. Not only did we not do that, we actually diluted the 7th congressional district and reduced the population, the black voting age population in that too. It was almost like we wanted to say, hell no. Well, there are consequences for that. Again, the probationary period that we're on until 2030 is as a result because Alabama was Alabamaing at that point. But it's just interesting to me because I heard you say something the other day, and you said it. Representative Hall was asking you questions, and you said pretty much that we'll do anything to win. Is that fair? Something like that.
I don't think that's accurate.
But in order to win, we're going to do what's necessary. 'Cause I mean, I've heard it. I mean, we want 7 congressional districts. But what's interesting to me is that every time I hear a discussion about increasing your representation, it always comes with us sacrificing ours. Whenever you want to have a party about representation and growing your representation, it always comes with the cost of black folks losing out. And interestingly enough, let me ask you a question. You saw these maps. You were mad about them just like everybody else was. You felt like they were non-compliant because they reduced the black voting age population in all the districts.
I did not draw this map. It's the Livingston.
And that's my point.
But I will point out to you, the Alabama legislature passed this map. The governor signed it into law.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last map passed by the legislature.
And it was
signed into law.
non-compliant, correct?
Well, the court has now changed the law.
The court did not change the law.
Well,
You're going to continue to say that, but the court did not change the law. Because again, you can say that all you want, but if you can say, I can go back to page 36 and it says the exact opposite. The law, as it recorded according to what we did here is, no, it didn't. Matter of fact, doesn't even apply to this. Alabama was so wild and non-compliant that you got your own special circumstances to deal with now.
and we have an appeal before the United States Supreme Court asking them to vacate that order and the injunction against it.
And that Hail Mary,
We're going to let the court decide because nothing happens.
there isn't any.
Nothing happens unless the court says it.
There isn't any letting the court decide here. The court has already decided. They've already told Alabama, no. That's that 5-4 decision where Kavanaugh and Roberts said, yes, the court and the three-judge panel did exactly what they were supposed to do and followed the law. They did. You know what else they said? Alabama, you've got a 14th Amendment intentional discrimination claim against you. Yeah, let me ask you a question though. Why does it seem like every time you want to increase your representation, you have to decrease ours?
I think we can win all 7 congressional districts at the ballot box. We don't have to win them in the court. I think we can run quality candidates and win every single district in the state of Alabama.
You still didn't answer my question.
I'm not.
What you're talking about in terms of being competitive and winning all these districts, seems to me one common theme of the districts that you draw in every single one of them, in order to make yourself more successful, you got to get rid of black voters. Why is that?
We're not trying to get rid of black voters. We're not denying you the right to vote. You still have the right to go to the polls and vote.
We're not talking about the right to vote. What I'm talking about is diluting the influence. And again, it appears to me that every time you draw a new district, in order to accomplish that objective, you decrease the number of black voters in your district. Why is that?
I'm not trying to decrease the number of black voters in districts.
But doesn't it always seem to? But
If you remember correctly, in 2017, we got in trouble and got slapped by the federal courts because they said we put too much emphasis on making sure black districts were black districts, and they told us you need to go back and draw race neutral, quit relying on race. Then they came around with this one.
That's not what the court said.
Yes, they did.
Because it said race can be considered in drawing maps. But the
We
point
got in
again,
trouble for
but
considering
again,
it.
I'm pointing out to you that even you acknowledge that in order to make it possible for a black person to get elected in a district, you even said you had to increase the number. You depended on race to make that determination because your assumption is that it's necessary for a number of black people in a particular threshold to be in place in order for them to be successful. Because the inverse of that is when you write new districts to make sure that we are not successful, you reduce our numbers.
Now, the court slapped us because we were trying to maintain the level of EVAP in the existing minority
No,
districts.
actually, the court has slapped y'all around so many times because you've been all over this argument. Because at the same part of the packing is also the cracking and also the minimizing and moving black voters so you can minimize their impact by diminishing their numbers. It's a shell game. But the point is, and once again, every time you talk about creating districts to maximize their representation, what ends up happening is black voters lose out. It's a consistent theme, which is why you guys are around here talking about making all 7 districts under your new map competitive, because you reduced the black voting age population in the 7th congressional district.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my colleague yield?
Gladly.
I sat in the General Fund Committee and I looked in the bill and I've read the bill. There's one word that just stood out to me. And I put it all over my social media page. And I'll tell you right now, it pissed me off. So I want you to define what it is, if the Supreme Court. So tell me how do you define if? And do you think the Supreme Court will rule on this matter? Because all of this is contingent upon an if. Am I correct?
I kind of feel like Bill Clinton. What is.
No.
I don't know.
It's in the bill. You said it yesterday several times, and you said it many times, the word if. So tell me, what does that mean, if? And when will you think the Supreme Court will rule on the word if?
They're not ruling on the word if. The if is, we have an appeal before the Supreme Court. If they lift the injunction against us and reverse the
When do you think that will happen?
I have no control over the Supreme Court.
Do you think it will happen at all?
I have no control over the Supreme
I mean,
Court.
because as Representative England just pointed out, the courts have already ruled the 3-judge panel, correct?
That was back before the Calais ruling.
But that has nothing to do with Alabama.
Louisiana had a Section 2 violation.
No.
and a
Let's
14th
talk
Amendment
about
violation.
Alabama. We are always
That's
going
because
to other states.
Louisiana had
That
a
if they
Section 2
can do it,
violation
let us do it too.
and a 14th Amendment violation.
I got the floor.
They
I got my
removed the
little
Section
10
2,
minutes.
which meant the
I want to
14th
know
was
what the
voted.
word
Exactly
if
right.
is.
Let him answer your question, Representative Drummond.
Well, he didn't answer
No,
my
wait,
question,
ma'am.
Mr. Speaker.
Ma'am.
If. What is the if?
What the court will do. What decision the court's going to make.
When do you expect the court to
I
do it?
told you, I have no control over the United States Supreme Court. I have no control over the 3-judge federal panel.
Do you think that this is an exercise that will get a court ruling? Are we wasting our time?
I am not an attorney.
Okay, let's move on to you going back. You want to go back to the 23 maps, right? I am from Mobile, Alabama. I'm a girl. Her father is from York, Alabama, and her mom is from Dallas County. Mr. Pro Tem, where are you from?
My family is from Washington County. My mother was born, she's a military brat, was born in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay, let's
And
talk about that.
I was born in Jefferson County.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about this community of interest that's in the 23 map. As I pointed out when we did the 23 map, that map will make a community of interest Baldwin County. And we're talking about connections, right? As an African American woman in Alabama, and I want to ask you the same thing. Do you have connections with Baldwin County or the Black Belt? I just want to answer. I just want an answer.
There is not a map in this chamber. I have no map in front of me. I have not looked at a map since I've been in Montgomery.
But it's in your bill.
This bill,
It's
no.
in your bill.
No, it's not.
It
My
is. You
bill-
want to go back to the 23 map.
My bill allows for a special election. the
Let's talk
primary
about
election in the
community
state
of
Alabama.
interest. What connections do you have with Baldwin County, which is in the 23 map.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think this is germane to the bill before the.
Well, it's in the bill.
No, it's not.
It is. You
My
want
bill's about a
to
special
revert
election.
back to the 23 map.
My bill is about a special election. That's all it's about.
A special election to revert back to where?
The bill passed by the legislature.
And the bill passed by the legislature will take us to what map?
Yeah, but the 2023 map.
The 20, okay, we're back
I'm
in
not
20.
here to debate the
And
map.
in the
We're here to
23
debate the
map,
special election.
it talked about community of interest. Let me just tell you, Mr. Pro Tem, you're one of those folks that I always thought they shot straight with me, and I shoot straight with you, many of which are sitting in this chamber now. I mean, to sit here and take me around a rabbit hole, we know what we're talking about. You're talking about the 23 map. And again, I go back where I come from. I don't have any community of interest with Baldwin County. Love Baldwin County, go to the beach in Baldwin County, but Baldwin County is not in my DNA. The black belt is in my DNA. And as I stand here, and I'm emotional for one reason and one reason only, because I am not looking backwards. I'm looking forward as you are looking forward. For those that will come behind me. And if you thought, and I'm going to use District 2 because you and I both are in District 2, right?
Yes.
We're in District 2 and we elected Shamari Figures to District 2.
You did.
We did. We did. Whether you agree with it or not, at the end of the day, we did. And we're talking about 2 seats out of 7. If somebody stood here in this body and wanted to take something away from you, you tell me you would not be angry? I am looking to try to build a future for tomorrow. Alabama's got to do better. When you talk about that word if, what if I didn't spend my money at your stores? I mean, that word if defines a whole lot. I am a person. I'm not a thing that you got to make decisions for me. I stood up one day and I went back to high school, and you and I graduated from the very same high school, Murphy High School. That wasn't an if. That was because I was a girl who wanted more out of my life as you want for yours. I went to South Alabama and graduated with a BA degree in communication. That wasn't an if. I bought a house, not because of an if. I bought it because I live in a state that I dearly love. And I never thought that this body, many of which who hug and kiss on, and we talk about and we pray together, that we'd be standing in this chamber 2026 on an if. That you don't think I'm worthy enough of holding an office and serving with you. I would never do that to you. So if I'm emotional, yes, I am emotional. It is time that we stop standing on the past and move into the future. I am tired of doors that were closed that are now just cracking open. They ain't open, they cracking open. And we stand here, we look at each other all pompous. It is time that we all know what God has given us our inalienable rights. I had somebody come to me who was mad at Curtis Travis's prayer. I am a prayer warrior. I'm a Sunday school teacher. I took every scripture that he put in that prayer and I made it my Bible study that night. And every one of them was right. And we stand here and say that we've got a heart for the people. Your heart is not for me. And it hurts me. It hurts me that my grandchildren and my daughter, you don't want them to have the future that we all know that they deserve. You don't want me to have the future. I serve with you. I'm on the front lines with you. I'll knock down doors for you. And I have. And to stand here and see you, somebody I call my friend, to say you want to take something from me and I'm supposed to be happy about that, I'm not. My community of interest is somebody who wants to move Alabama forward so that our children will be proud to come back here. You look at Alabama today. We talk about it every day. Once they become educated, they move from Alabama. And that's not just little black children. It's all of our children because they don't like what they're seeing today. And if you look at us today, they're going to move even further. But I tell you, I'm not an if girl. I'm one who stands on the principle of God, and I will not be moved. I'm going to continue to fight. You might win this battle today, but you remember, for me, joy comes in the morning. And the God that I serve will hold us each accountable for tomorrow. So don't think I feel good that you want to take something from me. You might take it in
The lady's
policy,
time has expired.
but you will
Chair
not take it in
recognizes the gentleman
principle.
from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to go down memory lane for a minute. There's been a lot of discussion about history and how it's led us to this moment. And one of the things that we do know is that there is a guy that by the name of Thomas Hoffler. You're familiar with him, aren't you?
I believe I heard that name, but I don't know who he is.
Okay. Thomas Hoffler, I'm gonna refresh your memory. He was a racial gerrymandering mastermind, and he participated in redistricting in a lot of the southern states. And one of those southern states was Alabama. Do you recall him now?
No, sir.
Okay. So Thomas Hoffler, when he passed, his daughter released all of his records and his emails. And when people looked in those records for mentions of Alabama, it lit up like a Christmas tree. He was involved in the 2010 reapportionment plan. And when did you get in the legislature?
2014. I came back.
Okay. So you definitely are familiar with this man, aren't you?
I just told you. Now that you mentioned, I remember his name, but I've never met him, never seen him, never talked to him. And other than I've heard
Okay.
the name.
Well, let me tell you about the Alabama file. He said that map makers, what they do is they use race as the primary factor in drawing districts in the states. Over the 70,000 documents that are draft maps with voter data broken down by race, spreadsheets that include the home address of members of Congress, travel plans, and legislation that was marked by Hoffler. He helped with the coordinated national strategy behind the maps that locked in the GOP advantage in Congress and in legislatures nationwide. Matter of fact, in a folder, his Alabama folder, it includes a 5-year estimate of the citizen voting age population, along with a document titled Minority Districts in 2012, Alabama Legislative Redistricting. Hoffler's files also include a spreadsheet with information on Alabama citizenship estimates, broken down by race, as well as a link to census information saved in Microsoft Word document with the name Alabama 18 and older race link. So let me ask you this. There was some discussion when we were up here few years ago, and we had lengthy conversation about black voting age population. You recall that, don't you?
Not specifically, no.
You don't specifically remember your own discussion and words about
That was
BVAP?
many years ago, many discussions on that issue.
Hey, do you need to have a cognitive test now? You and I distinctly had those conversations. I actually pulled them up on the Alabama channel. They're still there. The repository. We had that discussion about BVAP in committee. We also had that discussion here on the floor. Do you remember that now?
Not specifically, no.
Were you instructed to claim that you didn't?
Not at all.
No?
No.
Okay, so your foggy memory is just because you just, okay. So, let me ask you a question. When you were developing the map, and when the map was being developed upstairs, what was the predicate? What did you start off with? How do you start drawing a map?
I played no role in developing the Livingston 3 map that we adopted.
Who played that role?
You have to ask Senator Livingston.
Who is so you don't know who the map maker is? You carried a bill.
Senator Livingston.
Okay, who carried that bill on the House floor?
I carried it after the Senate sent it down, but you're asking me who drew it.
So
I didn't participate in drawing it all.
Okay, so you carried a bill that you had no knowledge of how what its origins were.
Senate passed the bill and sent it to us.
So that's your testimony that you had no idea how this map came to be. You just carried a racially gerrymandered map without knowledge, afterthought.
After it was done, I looked at it, yeah.
After it was done,
After it was passed.
so you agreed with this map.
I didn't. I said I carried the map the Senate sent us.
Okay, were you compelled or coerced to bring this map?
I was the co-chairman of the committee, and therefore I was carrying the map.
Okay, so there was some discussion about the Milligan case. Can you tell me why we're here today in spite of the fact that the state of Alabama made representations in a joint status report to the federal court that there would be no attempts to appeal this matter? Can you tell me that? I know you have to, I know somebody's probably texting you to give you the answers.
There's nothing in the record that said we didn't have the right to appeal a court ruling. You have the right to appeal a court ruling. We have the right to appeal a court ruling. We have appealed a court ruling. That's what we have done.
You do have a right to do that. Not
I have not drawn a map. We are appealing a court ruling, which is our right.
Okay, so on June the 9th, 2025, there was a joint status report that was executed on behalf of the state of Alabama. Do you deny that?
I have not seen it or read it.
Okay, would you like to see it?
I'm good.
You're good? You'll take my word for it? You agree with the words that are coming out my mouth, that this is the representation that you guys made to the court?
Read it.
Says that the state further represents that it will not challenge on appeal the duration of an injunction that requires the Secretary of State to use the special master plan for 2026, 2028, 2030 congressional elections, as well as all special or other congressional elections prior to the adoption of a new congressional district map based on 2030 census data. Do you deny that?
Yeah, but you kind of left the next sentence out of that one, didn't you, where it reads, subject to defendant's right to appeal.
Show me that.
It's paragraph 1. And then based on the representation while receiving all other appellate, rights, defendants further represent there will not be challenges on appeal the duration of an injunction that requires the Secretary of State. But we reserved our right to appeal.
Who says we reserved our right? Who says that? That's somebody text you. That's not what you represent in the court. rights on appeal. And
You-
I want
you
to
just-
point you.
You just left a
Hold-
part
hold-
of the sentence out.
Hold on, I want to point you to. I want to point you to a really important couple of paragraphs. Injunction and final judgment. Are you familiar with that? In the Bobby Singleton versus West Allen case,
No, sir.
May 8th, 2025, says that the court, I wanted this in the record, the court issued findings of facts. Well, let me ask you this. May I have this read into the record, this order, this final order? No, okay, I'll read it into the record myself.
I can show you. It's in the court record.
Okay. The court issued findings of fact, conclusions of law, and an injunction on May the 8th, 2025. In addition, the court adopts the recitation of the parties' arguments and agreements, findings of fact, conclusions of law, explained in a remedial order.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Reverend Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, today during this special session.
Based on the Louisiana ruling and our appeal, should the court reverse its ruling and lift the injunction, we are putting in place a mechanism to hold a special election, primary election.
Okay, so we're here dealing with what we call a what-if bill, or what I call a bill of speculation. Tell me why. If you were stating that Alabama had the opportunity to make the appeal and file the appeal, why didn't Alabama file the appeal immediately after the ruling in this court case, in the Milligan case?
We have an appeal pending.
No, as far as the injunction is
We have an
concerned.
appeal pending.
Let me ask you, no, that's pending when? You just stated that we're here because of the Louisiana case, right?
We have filed an appeal. We've had it before the Supreme Court for a long time.
Okay, you trying to appeal an injunction that you agreed to.
We have an appeal before the United States Supreme Court on this ruling.
Okay, tell me, what are you appealing before the United States Supreme Court?
I'm not an attorney.
I know, but you're standing here right now. You read the documentation. Are you familiar with it?
I realized that he was skipping a paragraph and leaving part of a very important sentence off of what he was reading to this body.
Okay, so tell me, what is your definition of an injunction?
My definition of what?
Of an injunction.
I'm not an attorney.
I know you're not an attorney, but you're using these words. So you not know the definition of these words and these terms?
I know that we have the right to appeal what the courts did. That is our constitutional right. We are using that right to appeal a court ruling.
And you also mentioned the Calais case, which is the Louisiana case. Tell me the difference between the Louisiana case and the Allen v. Milligan case. Don't say you're not an attorney. We're just having a conversation. This is about debate. I just need to know.
I know Louisiana had a Section 2 violation and a 14th Amendment violation.
Okay, so
When the Supreme Court changed to Section 2, their Section 2 violation went away, so therefore they couldn't have a 14th Amendment violation based on a Section 2 violation, so their 14th Amendment violation went away with it.
Okay, so do we have a 14th?
That's the extent of my knowledge.
So in Milligan case, the case to where you was referenced, case where your testimony is, do we have a 14th Amendment violation in that case?
Based on a Section 2 violation, just like Louisiana.
Also, since you mentioned the Louisiana case, Justice Alito specifically said what in that case as it pertains to Allen v. Milligan. What did he say?
He said that case did not affect Milligan.
He said what?
It did not change Milligan.
He said that case
In
did
that
not
case.
change Milligan.
That's right.
So the justice who wrote in Louisiana case, he specifically said that this case does not affect or change the Allen v. Milligan case. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
That's the reason why we have an appeal up for the Milligan case.
Yeah, I understand that other part of the commentary. But the
We're
first part of the
exercising
question
our
was,
constitutional rights.
but the first part of the question was, he did say that this Callis case did not affect the Allen versus Milligan case, correct?
It's written into the order.
Okay. So
That's the
when
reason why we have an appeal of our case.
you have an appeal, because again, it's all about speculation. So tell me, if this does not happen, then what? What would have we done this entire time, this whole week of special session? What would have we done this particular time?
There will not be a special election held in the state of Alabama if the court does not remove its injunction and lift its order.
Exactly. So again, we're sitting here on a speculation on a what if. We don't know what the Supreme Court would do. So what we're doing down here now is wasting taxpayers' time, taxpayers' money. That's what we're down here doing. So again, when we're looking at the different things that Alabama does, we are in clear violation of an injunction. But in this body right here, if someone were to violate any type of activity, any type of act that we do here, we punish them harshly. So should Milligan, because of the fact that we're violating an injunction right now, should they punish us the same way that Alabama would do to every citizen who allegedly commits a crime, or any citizen who allegedly violates something? Would the same thing should apply to Alabama here?
The courts are going to decide that, not me. I'm not.
The courts are going to decide it. But apparently Alabama is not worried about what the courts is going to decide, because we're here doing a special session. After we just finished session, we're here doing a special session to discuss something that was already in law, something that's clearly stated that the maps will not be addressed until 2030. Is that not what the Milligan ruling stated?
The law changed. That's the reason why
No,
we
no,
have an
the
appeal.
law changed in the Louisiana versus Callis case. Those are two different cases, two different sets of facts. We're talking about the facts in the Allen versus Milligan case. Nothing changed, because we are under court orders to be in injunction, and the injunction should stay. But we're not doing that right now because of what happened in Louisiana. Is that correct? I can't hear you.
We have an appeal before the Supreme Court.
You have an appeal before the Supreme Court that we're filing now. The Supreme Court did not answer or pay any attention to the appeal right now. So tell me, why are we here doing a special session if the court has not ruled on any of the decisions right now?
We're waiting to see what the court does. And
We're waiting to see
We're
what the
going to
court-
be ready if the court hands down a favorable ruling.
So we are sitting here wasting taxpayers' time and money, waiting on a what if. This entire bill is about speculation. This entire bill is based upon a what if. What if this happened? What if that happened? But it's no concrete information, no concrete data. We could have waited until a ruling came back, but it did not occur. It did not happen. But this is what Alabama does. Instead of worrying about the other different things that we have to do, the things that we have going on, like healthcare, like crime, like funding, like all of these affordability issues, we're not here to talk about those. But we're here wasting taxpayer time and money on a special election that we don't even know is going to happen. Again, everything is based upon speculation. So when we're looking at this injunction, since we're talking about the Milligan case, to your knowledge, what did the Milligan case say to the state of Alabama?
We violated Section 2, the voting
That you
rights.
did what? I can't hear. People need to hear. You said we did what?
They ruled against the state of Alabama.
They ruled against the state of Alabama. Based upon what?
What they interpreted the law to say.
No, who is
At
what?
that time.
They, aren't these the
What
same courts that you
the
were
judges
before?
interpreted the law to be at that time.
Okay, at that time. So they still haven't changed it. And on top of all of that, even in the Louisiana versus Calais order, they singled out who? Allen versus Milligan, correct? Why did they do that? What is your opinion of doing that?
I'm not going to guess what the Supreme Court did. I'm not going to try and get in the Supreme Court justice's head and determine what they were thinking. That's not my job.
But we're attempting to get into his head right now to determine whether or not that we should pass this bill based upon a what if, or based upon a speculation. We don't know what the ruling is going to be. So if we don't know what the ruling is going to be, we continue to have wasted the taxpayers' time and money here in the state of Alabama because we thought that it was advantageous for us at that particular moment. But clearly it has not happened because it was premature. It was not even ripe at this particular point to even come here. But this is what we're doing now. So when we're looking at this injunction, the injunction was supposed to be in place until what year?
Was it 2030?
2030. So we're here prematurely ruling on something that has already ruled. And the same justice in the Louisiana case ruled against Alabama. Is that true?
I actually have not read Calais, so I don't know.
You haven't read Allen versus Milligan?
I've not read the final ruling. I'm not an attorney.
Wow. You don't have to be an attorney to read it. You can be the regular person to understand it. You're a lawmaker. You're a lawmaker.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have read
The
it.
whole thing?
The whole thing.
Did you
And
read-
I read the whole case in Calais versus Louisiana versus Calais.
Did you read Singleton?
Yes, read all of it.
How long was it?
It's not very long, but I read everything.
So you're saying Singleton was not very long?
No, what I'm saying is, as a lawmaker who is standing here saying that
Singleton
you
was
don't
600
understand it,
pages, and you just
The
said it
gentleman's
wasn't long.
time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not a lawyer either, but I know how to read the Queen's English and understand it. You know, I've heard a lot in the media now since it's the election time about Alabama values. So, and as I reflect on the question of why we're here today, I also have the question, what are Alabama values? Especially from the perspective that in the Louisiana court case ruling, if they specifically pointed out the Milliken case to say that this does not overturn it. And the other point that I like to make, because I've heard quite often yesterday's hearing and today that the courts changed the law. The court did not change the law. The court was specific in saying that this does not change Section 2 of the Voting Rights Amendment. It did not change it. It just made it more difficult for us to draw maps based on race, but they did not change it. And as I've listened to my colleagues as to why we're here, and we're saying we are here because we got to make a change because the courts changed Section 2. That's not the truth. And if we're a lawmaking body, we need to stop spreading untruths. They specifically said SCOTUS made Section 2 almost impossible to prove, but they said they did not change Section 2. So why do we keep saying that? And the other thing that struck my mind when we talk about the congressional district that was drawn from Mobile, if you look at the percentage of blacks and whites in that district is like a 40, 48, 49% black, and it's something like plus 50% white. So it says that the people in that district had the opportunity to elect the person of choice, and that person of choice was Mr. Figures. And that's where it should stand. And we should not, as a lawmaking body, be here speculating what if, which I've heard that word over and over again, but to just re-emphasize the Louisiana Opportunity District congressional map that was enacted was unconstitutional gerrymandering. And that's how we got to our 2023 map, because the courts ruled the same thing for the state of Alabama. Yet we're here using up taxpayers' dollars, asking the court to go back and say that what we did wrong, Mr. Ernie, you're on my time, what we did wrong, we're asking the court to go back and say that now that is right, based upon what is an untruth, that they changed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Amendment when they took time out to specifically emphasized that they did not change it, but that they made it more difficult for you to draw a map based upon race. And I think that we as a body, we didn't have to do this, Mr. Speaker and Representative. We didn't have to do it, but it's something that somebody wanted to do, because I think that, and I believe that the court would not have taken special time to put in their ruling that this does not overturn the Milliken case. So what we're here doing is because the majority in this body wants that to happen. And I think that we need to be honest with the citizens of the state of Alabama. We need to stop saying that the courts changed the meaning of Section 2 when they took time and patience to say that it did not. But what it did do was make it more difficult to prove a map that was strictly drawn based on race. They did not change it. And I think we as a lawmaking body who want people to honor and respect the rules that we make for the citizens of Alabama, we owe it to them to speak the truth. Not what we believe, but what's in black and white. And I've listened all day. Many questions that were asked weren't answered. But when you go back to that document, the document says, in essence, we have no purpose here because they did not overturn the Milliken case. They did not change Section 2. They just made it more difficult to prove if we did it on race. So because it is a want rather than an emergency, as the governor declared this an emergency, there is no emergency when the court still upheld that we have until after the 2030 census to redraw our map. There's no emergency, there's no urgency, it's just, and there's no need, as people, as I've heard say, we needed to be here. We don't need to be here. All we need to do, according to the Supreme Court of these United States of America, we have to wait until after the 2030 census are taken. Then we come back and we draw the map. And then in that case, if you still are the majority and you redraw the map after the 2030 census, you have more than an opportunity to be able to draw your 7 predominantly Anglo districts and leave the rest of us out of the process in the state of Alabama as it relates to our ability to vote and elect the candidate of our choice. So at the end of the day, if the Supreme Court took that time, they didn't have to put that in their ruling that they did not overturn the Milliken case. They did not have to put in their ruling that they did not strike down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Amendment. We as a body need to stop saying that and misleading the citizens of the state of Alabama, because after all, we have our Alabama values that believe in truth and believe in justice. But what we're doing here as a body, with the majority of the representatives being of one party, what you are doing as the majority, you're doing what you want to do rather than what's needed to be done, because the courts paid enough attention and knew that this would happen. That's why they took the time to say this does not overturn the Milliken case, nor did the courts overturn or remove Section 2 of the Voting Rights Amendment. So I would just request that at this point in time that we carry the bill over until the courts have made a ruling, because we have already gone against what the courts have said when they put the injunction on us to say that we would not make it an attempt. So the attempt that you have made by filing a court order, a court request to allow us to come back and tell the court what you did when you ruled in the Milliken case was wrong. We are right, and we're saying that we want to change those maps, and we want to divert back to a map that the courts themselves ruled was unconstitutional. Yet we're willing to go back like that, but we have these strict Alabama values of truth and righteousness, but we don't stand on that. We stand on our wants and what the party wants, and that should not be what we do. At 7:01 on every election night, whether people voted for me or not, I represent those people. And I have to represent those people in the same truth and righteousness that I did do for the people who voted for me. At that 7:01, we represent the whole state of Alabama. We do not represent a party's value, but we represent the value of all the citizens collective, diverse in the state of Alabama. And you know, I'm going to end on this because I like what my colleague said. It's just that I ain't going to use his language. We're standing here pleading for democracy. And I can promise you a good 90% of the people in this chamber are not even paying any attention.
The
God
lady's time
forbid
has
that.
expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Speaker, thank you for the recognition. You know, after hearing such a powerful prayer this morning, I want to take us back to our values. Not being hypocritical, but being real. Scriptures are real. We can't play one thing about the scriptures and act another way according to the scripture. I want to read, before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, from 146 numbers of Psalms. Praise the Lord, O my soul. While I live, I will praise the Lord. I will sing praises to my God while I have my being. Do not put your confidence in princes, kings, presidents, nor in the Son of Man, chairmen, leaders, in whom there is no help. Because when he dies, his spirit departs to return to the earth. And that every day his plans perish. But verse 5 says, happy is he who has the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in the Lord, his God, who made the heaven, the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, who keep truth forever. Now, I hear a lot of people speaking this morning about what happened in case 1, 2. We're here because we don't believe in justice and righteousness. We don't believe in equity. That's why we're here. It's racism, and in other ways you can write it out. To take away what has been given. Rightly so. We had to go to court to get it. Had to fight to get districts. And now, 61 years later, they're being denied or trying to be denied. Voter suppression has been permanent all over the South. I think 2008 was a bad time for the nation when we elected Barack Obama president. It all happened after that. If he had never been elected, we wouldn't be having this issue right here today. It's racism in a culling way. Then you just come out of your salter way, and then you embolden yourself after the election last year in 24. Someone is speaking your language. Now, I sit down and I talk to a lot of these colleagues. They don't really believe in what they're doing. They are putting part over principle. They have a principle to do right, but why don't you just do right because it's right to do right? Don't be controlled by a party because you got to give an account of all this stuff one day. This is not the end of it. Why you want to take away what has been given? And in that Constitution preamble, it said inalienable rights, created equal. And we read a Pledge of Allegiance this morning, come on, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberties and justice for all, but not all, because we're not included in the all. We get up and do this all the while we're here. We have a pledge. Say a pledge, say a prayer, and don't mean any of it. We're not walking in truth. But I heard Paul say we are persecuted, not forsaken. I'm talking to Mr. Speaker. You're supposed to be at the protocol. The protocol is you've been on. It took that long to get. It took that long to get a piece of chocolate. Pains. It took that long to get a piece of chocolate. You know, you was real good yesterday in giving us a tour, but today you silent. You don't want to talk to us today. You know, are you schizophrenic? Are you Jekyll and Hyde?
That's attack on my character, and I'm not going to put up with it.
No, what character did I say?
Just asked me if I was schizophrenic. Or
I asked the question.
I'm not putting up with you attacking.
I'm glad you can speak. You was talking so beautiful yesterday, showing us the house, the new house over there, the chambers and all. But today you can't even get a word out of you. But see, Paul said we are troubled on every side, and we are. But we are not despair. We're cast down, but we're not destroyed. We are persecuted, but not forsaken, because we are always caring about the death of our Lord and Savior. See, we believe in this truth. We believe in Scripture. We believe in walking in righteousness. We are not hypocritical in our view. We do what is right, not because somebody wants us to do it, but because it is right to do what's right. So this whole thing is not about political grab or power grab. It's not. It's about erasing black representation. It's just the truth. It's about us having representation in this nation, in this state house. Now, my district, Mr. Gerrymandering, I call him the gerrymandering. I know it. But see, he got to give an account of that. See, when he stand before his creator, his master, ignoring me is not the problem. See, you standing before a God that's going to judge you in what you do and what you don't do. So I'm not concerned about what goes on in here. If I did, I'd have been gone a long time ago. But it's the big picture is who controls this universe. And I know I'm here speaking for those people that sent me here. They're voiceless. And I'm still crying for those persons that killed that young man over in Monroeville in police custody. We're still fighting for that to become justified. But we shouldn't have to fight for what's right. Right should be automatically given. But we have to fight because no truth is in the distribution of our rights. And so today we are fighting for 46,000 people who we represent. And they don't all look like me. A lot of them look like you. But I represent them equally. And that's why they keep sending me back. Because I stand for what's right. I'm their voice up here in this chamber. They are tired of paying high prices for gas. They are tired of going to the grocery store and can't get but a bag of groceries, not enough to feed them for the whole week because prices are so high. But we say we love God and we hurt our brother. And so I'm going to try to bring it back to a spiritual connotation. Everything we do here is not about power or control. It's about who's in charge. And God is still in charge of this universe, whether you acknowledge it or not. And we got to all give account to his presence. He said in Ephesians, every knee shall bow and every tongue will confess. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Try to keep your conscience clear.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes Representative Gavel from Jefferson.
My phone has been ringing. Is he going to let you speak? I'm glad that I have this opportunity. And my delivery is different from those of my colleagues, but I rise this morning and I penned these words. I started working on them Friday to get to this day, and it starts off with my thoughts of the late, great Dr. Benjamin Mays, very historic president of Morehouse College, who always talked to his students about the importance of a minute. And he penned a poem entitled, Just a Minute. I only have just a minute, only 60 seconds in it, forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. We stand here today and I say tick tock, because the hands of history and justice are ticking today before this chamber. Tick tock, to the turn back of history, the rollback of history, the flipping off of the circuit, the federal court here in the 11th Circuit, the flipping off of a Supreme Court who ruled in 2023 that the state of Alabama had nearly 30% population and because of black folks, and because of that number, they were due a makeover of the congressional maps. Today, I stand here about a bill that is dubbed as a simple bill, a bill that has an if, a bill that has infinity in it. Today, about history, about a power of my colleagues in the Republican Party to want all power, to want supreme power, to call it everything other than white supremacy. Today, I stand here in a minute, tick tock. It's about whether the state of Alabama will once again stand on the wrong side of justice, on the wrong side of democracy, and on the wrong side of history. House Bill 1 that is brought by Pringle is a slap in the face. It's not just legislation, but a legislation that is a slap in the face of people who look like me, who live in marginalized communities, who know what it is to suffer. It is a calculated political maneuver born out of fear, a fear that is of black people, and most importantly, black political power, a fear of black representation, a fear of changing the face of Alabama. And let me be clear, crystal clear, the fight did not just begin last week with the ruling of the United States Supreme Court. No, it did not. The fight began in 1619 when the first enslaved Americans arrived on the shores of this country to be sold as chattel. It continued for 246 years of slavery. It continued then with the black bodies and hands that picked cotton in the fields across Alabama while building the wealth of America off the backs of black people for unpaid labor. It continued through the lash of whips, the auction block, the lynching trees and the and the burning of the cross. And despite every effort to break the chains that have bound us, to break black people, however, we have survived. 1863, the Emancipation Proclamation. December the 6th, 1865, the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. July 9th, 1868, the 14th Amendment guaranteeing citizenship. February the 3rd, 1870, the 15th Amendment granting people, black men, the right to vote. But even then, America still did not want black people to fully participate in democracy. So what did you all do? Poll taxes, literacy tests, counting jelly beans in a jar, reciting the Constitution.
This has a little to do with what we're talking about. Let's say germane to the bill, please.
It is germane
No, ma'am,
to the
it's
bill.
not.
I am speaking about history. This is very germane to the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I haven't said anything.
Ma'am, if you don't, we will cut the mic off if you do not stay to the bill. Please stick to the
Well, I'm
germane to the bill.
speaking germane to the
Thank
bill
you.
because what this will do, because of what the Republicans are doing, it will take us back to being those individuals who count jelly beans in the jar. This is history. This is what happened when the dilution of the vote came and took place over years. This is what happened before 1965 and the Voting Rights Act and those protections. I am speaking a truth about the realities of where we are. I'm speaking the truth of 4 little girls that were killed at the 16th Street Baptist Church because people fought for us to get that right in 1965. I'm talking about a bombing of a church that I pass every day. I'm talking about the children that were lynched. I'm talking about Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. I'm talking about John F. Kennedy. I'm talking about all of those foot soldiers who marched for us to have the right to stand here. And now we're here about a bill, HB 1, that says we will no longer have that right, that says that our black is not beautiful. Yesterday, there was a person here in leadership throughout the state of Alabama that said that black people would be better off if they were represented by white Republicans, by people of a party that know nothing or understand the suffering of my people. I am standing here to speak a truth, a plain truth that the laws of in this country does not protect people like me. And I am speaking a truth that today is not just about a simple bill that would stay in waiting until the Supreme Court lifts its ban. I'm here to speak truth to power. And now, decades later, through all of these things that have taken place from 1965, we are here today to possibly pass legislation that would eventually strip Jamari Figgers in District 2 of his congressional seat. Congresswoman Terry Sewell, the first black woman who was elected here in the state of Alabama to the halls of Congress. I'm here to speak about the victories that have been fought for those people who died and bled, who were drugged, who were spat upon, who were hosed, who were lynched. For me to be able to stand here in this chamber, yet to be gabbled down just for speaking what is written in the scrolls of history. I stand here today, a proud representative and of the ancestors and the heritage of those people. The seats that exist for black people there's an attempt to take them away. Today, I stand here a proud black woman, a black woman with a voice that has almost been silenced, a black woman standing here just simply say, I'm not going to beg you all not to do anything. I am here to reveal what you do. And what you are doing is an injustice to the people that I represent and the people that look like me. And now there are those who want to engineer maps to erase the voices of black Americans. But hear me clearly, we are not going back. Not back to plantation politics, not back to watered down districts, not back to black people being counted for population but ignored for representation, not back to the invisible, not back to the silent. They want to, an Alabama painted completely red, politically tied to them, politically drawn to them, while trying to erase the black fingerprints that built this state and this economy. But you cannot tell the history and the story of Alabama without telling the history of black people. You cannot tell the story of America without telling the history of black people. from a cotton field to classrooms, from slave ships to the State House, from chains to Congress, from Bloody Sunday to Capitol Hill. We rose anyway. And that is what terrifies some people in this chamber, the fear that these maps will continue to give us cause to rise. The fear that black political power will rise, the fear of black unity, the fear of black voices, the fear is the descendants of the slaves now sit in the seats of power they were once forbidden to ever have. While I stand here today as the daughter of those who survived, I stand here because my ancestors endured. I stand here because they marched, because they prayed, because they bled, and because they died. And I will not be dishonored by remaining silent while democracy has manipulated us in broad daylight. With that being said, I stand here as you watch history. The spirits of Selma is watching. The spirit of Dr. King is watching. The spirit of John Lewis is watching. The spirit of Amelia Boynton is watching. And the spirit of this nation is watching us here today. Because at this point, the last thing I will simply say is that 1776 document that simply say we are all owed inalienable
The
rights.
lady's time has expired.
That is
Chair
the right to
recognizes the
justice
lady from
in the
Madison,
pursuit of
Representative
happiness.
Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, Ms. Hall.
Good morning. How are you? Tell me, as I look at this bill, I want to walk through the bill. We've talked about why we're here. The bill.
Ma'am?
The bill.
Oh,
I want to walk
I'd love to talk about the
I'd like to
bill.
walk through the bill, which is the foundation for much of what you've heard about today. And I'm starting on page 1. You're talking about the that in the synopsis, that the 2026 primary election of office of the is set to be occur in May. We know that's like May, what? May, are we talking about May 19th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And under this existing law, a special primary, this law that we're bringing about is going to create what is called a special primary. Am I correct on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then this special primary would authorize a new special primary election to be held. Now, what are those reasons by which this would occur?
A federal court issues an order to vacate its injunction, thereby allowing the legislature to use a previously enacted legislative congressional redistricting map in the 2026 general election.
Okay.
And the court ruling is made in time that it is too late to be accommodated during the normal primary election schedule, but would allow for a new special primary election to be held in a manner that does not affect the 2026 general election date in November of 2026.
All right, explain that.
That the election on May 19th will still occur, and everybody that's declared the winner on the May 19th will be the winner. They will be the nominee of their party. Should the court, the way this bill's read, issue an order to vacate the injunction and allow the legislature to go back to its previously passed bill, then the governor will call a special primary election in the areas affected by the change.
And okay, so this second part is related to whether or not the courts have a ruling in the favor that you would like to hear, basically.
If the court lifts its injunction and if the court lifts its injunction and orders to vacate the injunction, yeah.
All right, so, and the court's lifting its injunction, what does that really mean to us when you talk about the districts that would be impacted or affected by the lifting of that injunction?
If the court lifts the injunction against the state of Alabama and we go back to the 2023 plan that was passed by the legislature and signed into law, then the districts, 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th congressional districts will be changed. So we will have to hold another special primary election in those 4 districts.
So 4 districts would be impacted.
That is my
Based on
understanding.
this is okay. We will have 4 districts.
Yeah, that's just my
District
understanding.
1, District 2, District 7,
And 6.
and 6. Presently, can you tell me who are the representatives that are in those districts today?
Shamari Figures, Barry Moore, Gary Palmer, and Terry Sewell. 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats.
All right. And so, what would be the purpose of going to have a special election if today, presently, we already have individuals in those seats? What would be the purpose?
If the court lifts its injunction and allows us to return back to the previously passed plan and removes the court order plan.
And the previously prepared plan, are you saying does not, who is included in those seats at that time then? Maybe that will help me.
Who were the congressmen at that time?
Yes.
It was Carl, Moore, Palmer, and Sewell.
Okay. So if those individuals were in the previous plan, we want to go back.
That was the plan. Yes, ma'am. Before we changed it in 2023.
Right, okay. So we want to, in 2023, when we drew the plan, that this is not the people that are presently serving, because the only thing that I'm here for is that if we're going to have another primary, it means that the people that were previously serving, you don't want those same people back in office, it sounds like. It just seems like that might be the reason. There is a reason for that.
We want to run under the other district. We want to run under the districts the legislature passed.
Right. Okay. Yeah. The legislature passed, but the courts did not go along with.
The courts changed the plan. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And the courts changed the plans. Why did the courts change the plan?
They considered it a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And now that Louisiana has gotten the ruling on Section 2 they got, we feel that the plan we passed meets Section 2, and we would like to return to it.
So we feel that the plan.
The lawyers who are appealing the case to the Supreme Court.
But they're only doing that based on a discussion or recommendation from the body or members of this legislative body, right?
Let me make this perfectly clear.
Oh, you don't have to point your finger at me because I have one too.
I'm making a point. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Just making sure you're not pointing at me.
No, I would never do that to you. I have too much respect for you.
Thank you.
The lawyers that guided the legislative body through the redistricting process don't have standing in the lawsuits. The lawsuits were litigated by the Solicitor General of the state of Alabama and the Attorney General's office. So it's the
stop right there. We didn't do the lawsuit. They represented
the plaintiffs do not sue the legislature. No, we have no standing in the lawsuit.
Okay, I'm clear.
This body and our attorneys have no standing in this lawsuit at all. The lawsuit is against the Secretary of State and the Attorney General of the state of Alabama.
Then why are we here if we don't have the standing?
Because the Attorney General and the lawyers are appealing the Supreme Court's ruling, the lower court's ruling to the Supreme Court. And if those attorneys for the Attorney General's office win the appeal, and we want to go back to the plan that the legislature passed.
But they're not doing this without having discussion with members of this the leadership and the members of this legislative body. They are not just moving on their own. They're moving, from what I understand, at the request of the legislative body.
I have not met with or talked to a single attorney from the Attorney General's office.
They really did shut you out, didn't they? They told you.
I've not met with or discussed this in any way, shape, or form with an attorney from the Attorney General's office.
I'm not going to question whether you did or did not, but everything, let me say this, then the media has indicated that there's been discussion with the leadership, there's been discussions with the governor and members of the legislature. Now, I don't know who they were, and that based on those discussions, that is why we're here today. Because one day we heard from the governor that there would not be a special session after the court case in Louisiana. And then Well, the next time we hear, after much discussion, that there is a special session, which is why we're here today. But all of this, if it's about those districts that you just mentioned to me, goes back to comments that you've heard earlier as it relates to people like me that look like me being represented. Because the other part of the statement has been that it would be great to have all of the seats. And if all of the seats is going to one race, and then we have nobody from the African American or Black race being represented. Does that sound familiar? Is that the way you see this? Or help me to get a clearer picture if that is not the case.
Let me clarify a mistake I just made. The legislature are defendants in the court.
Right.
The Attorney General's office is the lead lawyer. There's a lot of comments being made by a lot of people outside this chamber, and I'm not going to comment on anything somebody I don't know or have any control over what they've said to the media. So,
And I appreciate that, but the other side of the statement is that we are here at a time when we find that it just does not make any sense.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
yes, sir.
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We do ordain and establish this Constitution, the United States of America. You know what that is?
Preamble to the Constitution.
Preamble to the Constitution. That's what, at one point, my people had to recite to have the opportunity to vote. They had to learn that just to have an opportunity to vote. And it seems like we are just kind of going back down a terrible, terrible path. I could think about just a couple of years ago, Alabama was in distress because we thought that we was going to lose the congressional seat. You remember that? And we thought we was going to drop down to 6 after that last census. And now we're to the point of just saying that we have a group of people that don't deserve to have representation at all. One of the things that stood out to me about the meeting yesterday was a couple of things. I think the system of the way it happened was improper because we asked for a roll call vote during the process and was told that you couldn't have a roll call vote because we had a motion already in place, but we didn't formally have a motion. We had a gentleman that asked for the motion at the appropriate time, and then it was seconded, but that wasn't the appropriate time. So it's kind of like people were rushed. They wanted to get out of there, and they didn't want to hear what people had to say. But one thing that we can't do, if you get upset during a time like this, you have to wonder why you're getting upset. Because we're the ones should be upset, not the other side. The oppressor shouldn't become the victim, can't become the victim. You can't get upset because people don't agree, which they have a right not to agree. You can't get upset if you are taking something from somebody that is rightfully theirs, that is fair, that they deserve to have. You can't get upset and mad at me because I want to stand up for what I'm supposed to have because I'm fighting for me and my children, and I'm fighting for generations to come of black people in this state. Don't be mad at me when I'm the one being oppressed. Don't be mad at me because this is taking that away from me. This bill is a vehicle. So we can say all that we want, that this bill is not a redistricting bill. Yes, it is. This bill is a vehicle to attach to legislation that you said yesterday was passed by this body, by the Senate, signed into law by the governor, that was struck down and was said that that legislation discriminated and it was racist towards a group of people in the state. But this bill, the if bill, just in case if the Supreme Court gives you the opportunity to move forward, what you're going to do with this bill is use it and attach the other bill that they've already told you discriminated against black people in the state to it, as if just because the Supreme Court says you can move forward, it changed the fact that it discriminates against black people in the state. It still doesn't make it right just because somebody say you can do it. It still doesn't make it right because we all know it's not right. How would you feel if I drew some lines and just put 75% black people in your district? You think you can get reelected? Sir? No, because it works both ways. That's exactly what we're talking about. What's a safe district? We've all talked about these districts. What's a safe district?
That's an unanswerable question.
Well, I think a safe district would be not putting 75% black people in your district would be a safe district. I think you have a safe district. I can recall having conversations where we look at different precincts and like, man, this is my best precinct. This precinct overperforms for me. It's because it's a safe district to assure that your district is created as a safe district to assure that white people have representation in that community because that's who make up that community, which my district, safe district, same thing. Because it's fairness because of those communities of interest to make sure that everybody have an opportunity to have a seat at the table. Now here we are, make up 27% of the population in the state. But you want all 7 seats? When we just cried because we thought we would automatically lose one to like New York or somewhere, we thought we would just lose one. So everybody was crying, but now we're saying that, no, y'all don't have an opportunity. We don't want you here. We think that we could represent better for you than what you can do for yourself. How can you represent better for me than I can do for myself when you don't come from my community, you don't understand my community? When we allow people to represent for us, we get legislation like this that directly hurts our community. We have to have an opportunity to have a voice in this situation. Whatever happened to the fact that I can recall the Secretary of State's office saying that they had to have information in by November in order to be prepared to run an election, a primary election. They had to have this stuff in by November. Whatever happened to that? Because if this bill passes, then we're talking about having primaries in August. So whatever happened to that time frame? So that 9-month period that he stated that it's actually 6 months that he stated that he doesn't need that anymore?
This will not be a statewide election like the primary on May 19th. That will have over 4,400 separate ballot styles in the state of Alabama. This will have nowhere near that number of ballots.
Okay, but this election will cost the state the already general fund that's already having issues. This will cost at least $4.5 million to have this special election, correct? Well, the fiscal note said 4.5, but I'm hearing 5.1.
Whatever the fiscal note on the bill says.
Okay. So, and you're so rushed that you'll have a person winning an election that doesn't even have the majority vote in the district. So you're creating a situation for a person to win an election where the majority of people in the district did not even vote for them. Explain to me the rationale. How is that okay? Explain that to me. How is it that we could allow a person to represent a district where the majority people in that district did not vote for them?
Because the candidate still would have received more votes than any other candidate on the ballot.
Okay, so that's your rationale for it. Okay. So what's your rationale for, with us making up 27% of the population, to create districts that will not allow us to have a seat at the table at all? What's the rationale for that?
That's not, there's nothing that says you can't win the election.
No, you said you wanted all. Yeah, it is. Because if I put 75% black people in your district, you can't win. So this would create a situation.
And the
where we
gentleman's
can't
time
win.
has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
I want to come at this from a different angle. The map that, if this bill passed, the if factor, if it passes, which map will we go back to?
2023 plan passed by the legislature and signed by the governor.
Okay, and in that map that we'll be going back to, what were we trying to do as we drew those maps, or do you know?
The attorney that drew them thought they complied with the Voting Rights Act.
They thought they
That's
complied
what
with
the
the
attorney
vote.
that drew the maps thought, yes.
Okay. And one of the issues that you spoke with one of my colleagues about was communities of interest. Was that not correct?
That is one of the tests under the jingles decree, yes.
That's one of the tests under the which? Jingles?
Jingles.
Uh-huh. And
It is also in our guidelines of the committee.
it's also in the guidelines of drawing the map. So one of the issues I think that we all talked about as these maps were being drawn was the issue in Mobile and Baldwin County, correct? And I think my colleague mentioned that there was nothing really that Mobile and Baldwin County had in common, or any interest that they really had in common. Am I correct, or did I mishear? And I could have misheard.
Do you remember the discussions we had in the Mobile delegation this year about Big Creek Lake and our drinking supply owned by the Mobile Area Water and Sewer Board?
I remember.
It's a 2,000 acre lake way out in West Mobile, which is in, the second congressional district, first congressional.
Okay.
And it's owned by MAWS, Mobile Area Water and Sewer. That is the drinking water that is supplied in Spanish Fort, Baldwin County. Mobile Area Water and Sewer is tied to Spanish Fort.
Okay.
The Mobile, I mean, it's Mobile, and I don't want to get in debate, but yeah, we are tied together.
Y'all are tied together. But other than the water, what other interests do you all have?
I think drinking water pretty much pulls us together.
So I'll submit then that you have the water in common. Okay, so I'll submit that that is the reason for you all to be talking to each other. But other than that, there are not things that you all have in common. I've been to Mobile, I've been to Baldwin County, and there are things that you don't have in common. But other than that, when we look at it and think about interests, tell me this. How many voters do you have in your district? In your district?
All of us have roughly the same number of voters. About
Roughly?
49,000 people. Not
How
voters,
many?
population.
Roughly how many?
Like 49,000.
Roughly 49,000? Okay, let's see. I represent District 71.
I know, I lived in your district for a year.
Yeah, you.
I tried to have lunch with you a couple times, but I couldn't
Well,
get you to.
you know, and I was busy. You were busy, but
I wasn't that busy.
oh well.
I tried to get up with you because
Well,
I was working there all week.
Maybe
Ate at
it's,
the bakery in Livingston.
maybe
I
it
was going
was
to feed you
I
some
was
good
busy.
food.
But I have 48,384 people in my district. Of that 48,000, 18,808 are white constituents. 27,196 are black constituents. What district do you represent? Is it 101?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have 45,885 residents or constituents. Of that 45,000, 31,138 are white, 10,237 are black. Now, we both represent black and white people. Am I correct? We do. How do you represent the black constituents in your district?
Same way you represent the white constituent in your district.
Okay, I like that answer. I go to a number of different clubs and talk to basically white constituents. I go to churches that are basically white constituents. I go to different places in which I work with, talk with, interact with, strategize, and all of these things with white constituents. Because as their representative, I do have to represent their interests. Because 18,000 of them are in my district. 18,000 are in my district. So I have no choice other than to represent them. The issue, though, is I have a whole lot of black people in my district, 27,000, that I also have to represent. And they honestly, I'm in the churches, I'm in the community. I'm a part of that culture. So I have a great understanding of what is going on in my black community. I also have that understanding because I make it my business to go into my white community and hope and pray that someday all of us will look at each other as strictly just people, God's children. And I won't have to distinguish about my constituents. So when I ask you, how do you represent the 10,000 black folks in your district? I really want to point out that there are things that those 10,000 need you to hear from them. That you have not told me that you make a concerted effort to hear from them. I just told you about the concerted effort I make to hear from the majority minority that's in my district. And I'm proud to say that I get calls from black folks and white folks alike, and they are comfortable calling me. So I want you to understand that when I talk about your interests, these having an interest in common, it may be different, but all of us deserve to be represented equally. Every one of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes on lady from Jefferson, representing Van. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, representing Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gladly.
Okay. First of all, I'm baffled as to why we're here discussing this bill today when it's all contingent upon a ruling from the court. So we know whatever we do here is null and void until our injunction is removed. What really concerns me more is how can we justify the financial part of this issue? We're having to have a special session. I can't tell you how much money that's costing. We're dealing with a legal suit. I can't tell you how much the lawyers are charging us. But then I read on your fiscal note that we're talking about so many million dollars, really roughly $5 million. I've been serving on the General Fund Committee probably longer than anybody except Laura Hall. Okay? I have seen a lot go and come. I remember the days of proration. Were you around at proration days? And when y'all came in 2010, you said, no more proration. Proration. We're going to have the money. And what I look at now is, and doing the budget, it concerns me as to what line in the budget are we covering all these expenses? Because nowhere in our discussion of doing the budget did this expense, this $400 million come up. So tell me, where in the budget is this whatever dollar million is coming from?
I'm not on the general fund, and it's not 400 million, it's 4 million.
I'm sorry, 4 million. Please forgive me.
I'm assuming that, I know we have some rainy day accounts in the ETF, and I'm sure we have rainy day accounts in the general fund. So I'm going to let the chairman of the general fund answer that question.
Well, you know, it really disturbs me again that we can go to a rainy day fund and get money for a waste of time of a week that we have no idea what's going to happen. And as everyone knows in this body, it has been a serious concern to me with where we are in this state with mental health. Every time we bring up mental health is we don't have the money. Now, mental health is dealing with our citizens. This bill right here is really dealing with a bunch of just racial injustice. But we can pay $4 million for this, but we cannot do what we need to do with mental health in this state. And that's really it's really disturbing me. And last night I was looking at TV, and I hate to say this, but every now and then my husband makes me look at Fox. And I was looking at a Fox station, and they were talking about the ruling of the court and what it has done in Louisiana, California, Virginia, and they had a full discussion. But they never mentioned Alabama one time. And I don't think they mentioned Alabama is because we are different. We got an injunction. So the rest of the world don't even consider that we have an option to do what we are doing here today. And again, like I say, it's really disturbing. And I heard you say on yesterday that all of this is because of what happened in Louisiana. Everything that I've read about the Louisiana case is because it's racial. Now, if you're telling me it's not racial, but it's connected to the reason that what has happened in Louisiana, I don't think that's true. I think that this bill is really a racial bill. It's denying the rights of blacks to vote. And right now we have one of the lowest voter turnouts probably in any state in the country. And you're proposing a bill that's going to tell a person, we're going to let you go to the poll, we're going to let you vote, but we're going to nullify your vote and we're going to send you back again? Do you really think that the citizens of Alabama are going to go back the second time to vote? Do you think people are going to go back the second time to vote for a special election that they voted for already? Oh, you believe that? You know, I think sometime in this chamber, we form opinions of what we want, but we forget about what the public wants. And I'm not satisfied that the public, when I say public, I'm talking about black and white folks, are not fond of some of the things we're doing here. Hopefully, the majority of us that's running for offices can get back. But when the people start realizing what we're doing here in this chamber, I think we're going to see a whole change all around the world. Because they're really not pleased. They think we're wasting time. And we can't afford to waste any time. And, you know, I had made a comment I was going to make here. Oh, with Georgia. I applaud Governor Kemp for what he has done. In the situation where he basically stated that he was not going to allow citizens to have to change their votes because people have already started voting. In Alabama, people have already started voting. And see, what the people are hearing now is very confusing. The average person, if you ask somebody out there what's going on, they can't even tell you. All they know is the governor has called a special session, and we're here. They think we're here drawing maps. But that's the sad part about it. We're not here drawing any maps. We're here on a wing that the courts are going to forgive us. And I don't see how you see that when we had the three-panel judge make their decision, the Supreme Court made their decision, and now we're going back asking them to change what they decided. Now, Pringle, be honest. I know how things are. I know how politics are. Like I told you yesterday, they almost done turn you into a robot because you really can't do what you want to do. You want to say what you want to say, but you can't say it. But do you really think that the courts are going to give us the green light to move on? Do you really believe that? You can answer. Like I told you, they probably told you don't say nothing, but you can say this.
I think we have better attorneys now than we did in the original case, yes.
Well, when you tell me we got better attorneys, all that tells me we've been to spend more money. We ain't spent enough on the ones we've been using. But it's just, we're smarter than this, Pringle. You're smarter than this. You wouldn't go and do anything in your personal life if the situation was the way it is with this bill. You wouldn't take the chances. You wouldn't take the risk. It's time out. We got to stop. You know, we look at, we keep talking about representation, and I look at my district. I love my district. My district is a majority Black district, but I have white folks throughout this district. As a matter of fact, just to tell you how much I love my district and I love all my people, I just got off the phone texting right now the mayor of Auburn, who's doing a political ad for me. Okay? That's when you can work together. That's when party, race, nothing has to do with it, but your qualification and your commitment to what you're doing for the state of Alabama and the people in Alabama. And this is not the time. This is not the time. Because I don't think you hate
Lady's
me.
time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Gentleman here. Mr. Prince, come on to the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Prince, listen. So I'm just going to try to talk about what you have inside this bill, even though we already know that everything that was said today is in line with this bill. So let's just go to page 2 with the candidate who receives the highest vote count in the special primary election. First of all, before we go there, because we know that people are already casting their votes, and based on this legislation here, what will happen to those votes for the people who already cast their votes? What will happen?
In every other election, all the other ballots, all the governor, lieutenant governor, everything, state house, state senate, every single election on that ballot on May 19th will stay the same with the exception of the congressional districts that are changed.
So with the congressional districts that are changed, because again, people have voted for the congressional district because it's not a separate election. It's all going on at the same time, right?
May 19th, yes, ma'am.
May 19th. So right now, with people casting their votes right now for the congressional districts, what will happen to their vote for the congressional districts?
Those elections will be nullified and a special election will be called in the districts under the 2023 map.
So all of the votes that's cast for the congressional districts will actually be just thrown out. Their votes at that point, just null and voided, just throw them to the
election
side.
results will be nullified, and we will hold another special election in those congressional districts which are affected by implementation of the 2023 plan.
Okay, so, and based on this legislation, if you have 4 candidates who are running, even if they don't receive the 50% mark, because we have to have what, 51%?
You have to have plurality, yes.
You said what now?
Plurality.
How much?
50% plus 1.
I can't hear you.
50% plus 1.
50% plus 1. So, but under this legislation here, you don't have to have 50% plus 1.
The person with the most votes wins.
So that means you have the 50% plus 1.
The person who receives the most votes wins the nomination.
Okay. So if we have 4 people running and the votes are off balance by 2 votes, 4 votes, I made it to the runoff by 8 votes, and no one has made that 50%, we cannot go into a runoff even though we know majority of the people did not vote for that person.
Yes, it's a majority vote.
No. It's a majority based on that number. But if you have 4 people running, and let's say the numbers are 400, 401, 410, 399. So the one who got 410 automatic win. But you just had how many people to vote? So if you got 1,600 people that voted, so you're going to just only count the 400? What about the majority?
Well, the person that got the most votes will be declared the winner.
That's not the majority. I just gave you a number. You got 4 people running. You have 4. Each one come in at 400, 399, 405, 410. The majority of the people did not vote for that one. That one person did not get the majority of the votes. They got the majority of that round, but not the majority of the votes. Now you're going to stick a whole bunch of people who did not vote. If you cast 1,600 votes and that person only got 400, they did not get the majority. So that's why we have runoffs. That's why it's considered 50 plus 1 for us to be able to have it. But you can't do a runoff because we're going to be pressing for time. Is that correct? Would we be pressing for time so we can't have a runoff? Why can't we have a runoff?
Time.
So right now, because we're here, and again, we're costing the state a whole lot of money, we come in and we talk about different things dealing with education, dealing with health care, mental health, all these different issues that we have that the public, regardless of what their nation is, black, white, Hispanic, Arab, it doesn't matter what their nationality is. They are looking for us to do something for Alabama besides spend money on unnecessary things like a special election that Congress have every 2 years. Congress runs every 2 years. We are in, and I'm saying that I don't really actually think you're in a rush to get this done. I just think this is like basically based on politics, right? So that's what it's based on. But let's go to Congressional District 2. What's the percentage? What's the makeup of Congressional District 2?
I don't have that information in front of me.
So I don't have it neither. I don't have the makeup of that district. However, I do know that the majority in that district, would you not say is white?
I don't remember.
But it is.
It
is. When you go and look at it, it is. So when the courts rule, they rule based on what it is that they saw. And once, again, you saw something happen and everybody ran an opportunity. And I'm going to disagree with my colleagues. When they say some people don't want to do it, I'm going to disagree highly. I think as a majority whole, it is across the board. It's across the board. everybody got different ways of life and different ways of thinking. But for me, I just think it's all the way across the board. And to say that this is not about that is something different because District 2 has more population of white people than it does of blacks. But it's saying like right now, do we know how long it's going to take before the decision come back, or are we just still in a waiting mode?
Right now, we're in a waiting mode. But
So if
the Supreme Court ruled yesterday in Louisiana's favor and lifted their injunction, so Louisiana is right now redrawing and about to hold a special election.
Okay, and based on the Louisiana case, I heard you say we got new attorneys. I guess you went and got the attorneys from the Louisiana case. But I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know who you got. You said last time you had alpha lawyers, and now you got different ones. But these are your words right here, so maybe you have the ones from the Louisiana case. But anyways, in that ruling, did they compare Alabama case to the Louisiana case?
I've not read the ruling. I just heard that the Supreme Court pushed through a ruling and lifted the injunction against Louisiana so they could proceed with redrawing their maps and holding a special election.
So we're not going to redraw because Louisiana redrawing.
We are not redrawing. Louisiana is. The other states are redrawing. Alabama is not redrawing anything.
So the maps that we already have that was issued in what year? When were they drawn?
2023.
So the maps was drawn in 2023. They went before the court. The court said that they were illegal. Why didn't we redraw the maps when we had an opportunity to redraw them? Did they send a masters in to redraw them?
Yes.
Why?
The court rejected the maps that were drawn by the legislature.
And did they give us an opportunity to redraw them?
We redrew in 2023.
And they rejected those?
And hired a special master to implement the court-ordered plan.
And the lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
You, my friend, yes.
So explain this bill for me again. Tell me what the bill does.
This bill simply, if the state of Alabama wins on appeal in front of the Supreme Court and they lift the injunction, we will hold a special primary election in the congressional districts that are affected by that change under the 2023 plan.
123 map. And those elections will happen when?
I'm not sure when. Is it in the map, in the plan? When the governor calls it.
Whenever, all right.
Yeah.
So, and then we talked about like the one who has the highest total at the end, no runoff. What was the premises of that? Like, how did that, like when you were drafting the bill, or whoever were drafting the bill?
We're under the same time crunch that other states that are doing this, that are holding special elections are under.
What is that time frame?
You have to talk to the Secretary of State.
All right. So when we talk about, we talked about costs. What would this cost us as a state? Or what, before you answer that, how much do we spend yearly on elections from the general fund? What is that amount?
I could not tell you. The money for elections comes out of the comptroller's office, so I don't have that.
I think it's like close to $6 million, I think.
We currently fund $9.6 million for the 2028-2027 fiscal years in the general fund.
All right, so how much is it going to cost just for that one special election?
I believe the fiscal note says somewhere around 4.5.
But when we think about the lawyers, when we think about the litigations and all that, when we talk about settlement, it's going to be more than $5 million. When you kind of think about it.
Well, yeah, the lawsuits are one price, the elections are different.
Who's paying for it, though?
Taxpayers.
Who?
Taxpayers.
But where is it coming from?
Tax.
But where is it coming from? Like, it's coming from the taxpayers, but isn't it coming from the body? Or from our budgets?
Oh, yeah.
Or from our emergency fund?
Taxpayers.
But from us, right?
Taxpayers.
We're spending money.
We spend the taxpayers' money.
Exactly, right? And so as we kind of think about it, there's a number of things. I just went downstairs and we were talking about the error rate for STEP, right? And that's $178 million we're gonna have to pay.
Error
we
rate,
keep-
the error rate for what?
SNAP benefits, EBT, right? That is something that we're gonna be on the hook for. And so as we kind of start looking at cost, we're spending money on litigation, settlement, and all those things, but how are we gonna pay this money each and every year? If we keep bringing foolish maps, right, and bills around litigation that has already kind of been settled, how are we being stewards of the money?
The litigation has not been settled. We are still actively pursuing an appeal before the Supreme
But right
Court.
now it is, right? The injunction still is in place, right?
Yes, and that's the reason
So,
we're in appeal.
but it's still in place. And until it's appealed, then the posture is the same, right?
What?
The posture, meaning that the position we're in is the same. Until something happens,
Exactly.
we're in the same position right now. And so when we talk about the 2023 map, I seen in 2023 was an article where you talked about how your map was better than Livingston map and that we should go with your map. Let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about it a little bit. What did your map do that his didn't do?
You know, it was my bill, therefore I liked it better. But
What
that's
happened?
not what this body decided to do.
What happened?
I like my bill better, but you know, we don't always
But
get
why,
what we-
but why though?
Have you ever had a bill and somebody amends it and changes it?
Yeah.
It's not exactly the way you wanted it, but it got changed. That's the way this process works. We don't get what we want
But
necessarily.
I just want to know the difference between the bills.
I don't have it in front of me. I
But
couldn't
see,
give
it was
you the
your
number.
bill though. What did your bill do?
It drew.
Like you smart. Like, hey, we sat on this floor 2 months ago or a month ago. You talked about closed primaries. You gave us the whole history of how we got where we are. You are an intelligent human being, right? And so you can't tell me that you don't know your bill. You have to know it.
It's been a number of years since I've looked at it, so I can't recall specifics on it right now.
Okay. So when we look at what are we trying to do here? All right. So we have this in place. You saying that essentially it's a what if something happens. What if it doesn't happen? Then what happens then?
The May 19th election stands, and we go to the general election with the nominees that win on May 19th.
But then we wasted money as well, right?
Well, we didn't have a special election, so
But we still wasted money going through the litigation of it because
we're always in litigation. That never ends.
But why?
Because we're always in litigation.
Because we're always doing things that we don't supposed to do, right? At the end of the day,
It doesn't matter what we do, we will be sued.
no matter if we do the right thing, we're gonna be sued.
We're always under litigation.
You think that?
There's somebody out there that doesn't like what we do, no matter what we do.
But we never do the right thing.
That's not true. We do a lot of the good things.
But tell me.
We do a lot of good things.
Just
in this
tell
body.
me. This is a conversation.
Listen, every time you push that vote and cast a vote, you've made somebody mad. They are mad at you now for something you did, and it doesn't matter what.
Now, there many people mad at me, though. I can't say
Yeah,
that.
there are.
Huh?
You just don't. You might not hear from them.
Huh? I'm just saying.
You've got a voting record. I promise you, somebody's
do.
mad at you.
But I also go unopposed, too, so they not that.
You gonna get 100% of the vote?
No, nobody gets 100% of anything.
Then somebody's mad at you.
Maybe they not mad at me. They're just voting one way or another. I don't
They're
know.
voting against you.
They may. But let's go back to this article. I want to go back to this article in 2023 that you were talking about and why you think your map was better. I mean, I get that things happen. I understand that we all have to compromise when it comes to different situations. But what were the key notes that you thought your bill was a better bill? And what it addressed?
I don't remember any the specifics.
I don't
of the
remember.
bill.
What did this bill do in general?
It drew 7 congressional districts in the state of Alabama.
What do they look like?
Very similar to what we have now.
Now in what capacity?
Well, I mean, you got to remember, if this bill passes, 3 of those districts don't change at all. 2 of them have very minor changes.
But then you have 4 will have to run in a special election, right? 4 different seats.
Yes, because there are 2 minor changes and there are minor changes between 6 and 7.
What are those numbers? Oh, like what is the district numbers? I mean, I'm saying
6
like
and 7.
6. No, you said 4.
But 1 and 2 will change.
1 and 2, and then what else?
6 and 7 have minor changes to them.
Minor changes, so it would be 1, 2, 6, and 7 that will change.
Yes.
So how does that work? Like, how you determine the change? Because if you look at, I mean, you look at District 3, it didn't change. Did it change at all? Or no?
Not from any plan we pass or the court-ordered plan. They
Okay.
remain the same.
So you don't want to go back to 2023 and just tell me? We only got 2 minutes left. I mean, I looked at this article and it seemed like you were very enthused about your map. And I just want to know what your map does. And what was the difference between your map and Livingston map? Because you put it in print. It wasn't something you said in a closed back door somewhere. You actually said it on record that you thought your map was better. And so I just want
I always
to,
like my bills better
you
than
always
other
like
people's bills.
yes. I can tell. Was your map compliant?
It was never tried.
Huh?
It was never
But
before
do
the
you
court.
think it was compliant? Huh?
I believe mine was, yes. But at the time, I believe this one could
But
be
do you
compliant.
think the 2023 map that Livingston have, do you think it's compliant?
At the time?
In the time you
At
didn't
the-
though, right?
At the time, the lawyers for the Attorney General's office said it was.
But you didn't.
At the time, the lawyers from the Attorney General's office said it was compliant.
I get what the lawyer said, but you just said y'all got new lawyers, so y'all old lawyers were bad. Right? At the end of the day.
I like some lawyers.
Huh?
I like some lawyers.
You like
I like the one that just gave you legal advice.
I like him too. Hey, I like him too. He's the best we got.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for him.
But when you find that out and let me know what you said, if people want to tell me off record, that's fine. But I just want to know why you thought your map was better. And, I'll listen to you.
I will.
Outside of here.
That's great. And I
Okay.
think your suit's a lot better looking than mine.
All right. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative McClammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. Gladly.
I have to ask this question. I know it's been asked over and over, but I still have no understanding. Why are we here this week?
We are here because we have an appeal before the United States Supreme Court asking them to lift the injunction against the state of Alabama and allow us to implement the 2023 plan that we passed and was signed into law by the governor, which I've just been informed a few minutes ago is exactly what Louisiana's doing. The court lifted their injunction. Difference is, I think they're drawing maps. We're not drawing. We're going back to an existing map. And by the way, I want to point out, because this has been asked, these maps are available. They've been available for years on the Secretary of State's website. If anybody wants to go look at the maps and the differences, go to the Secretary of State. They are available.
Why do you all think it was so important to call us back for a special session in 3 days when you don't even have the court's ruling to lift the injunction for us to be here? What was the
Only the governor of the state of Alabama can call us into extraordinary session. I did not participate in any conversations with the governor or her staff in any way, shape, or form.
But this is your piece of legislation.
I received the same email you did informing us that we've been called.
So somebody had to talk with the governor. I'm sure this was not her idea by herself because she stated multiple times she did not want a special session. So my question is, who be in charge to ask the governor to call us here in 3 days and waste so much money? And when I say waste money, I'm talking about the taxpayers' money to be here within 3 days and hold a very expensive special session.
I was not part of any discussion.
You weren't part of any discussion, but you're carrying the bill. Do you know how much it costs for us to be here in a special session? How much are we spending for this?
The fiscal note's attached. What is it? What
Is
is
what?
the fiscal note on the bill you have?
Excuse
The
me?
fiscal note on the bill.
What is that fiscal note?
You don't have it with you?
No, I don't. I'm asking you. I've seen it.
I want to say I thought it was somewhere around 4.5 million.
So it's costing us 4.5 million taxpayers' dollars to be here for a special session.
No,
That was for the runoff,
that was for the special election, yes.
for the special election.
I
But it's costing us hundreds of thousands to be here this week for this special session. That's taxpayers' money, if I may include us to be here this week for a special session. Am I correct?
I have no clue.
You don't have any clue,
No, ma'am.
okay. And so with this, we're also paying extra expenses to be here because we called this special session in 3 days. So am I correct when we are spending more money on hotels and restaurants when we were out in the fields and doing our jobs and working with our constituents, but we all came back here to spend more money of the taxpayers' money to be here in 3 days for a special session on some, is that correct?
We were given 3 days' notice, yes.
Yes, we're given 3 days of notice. And with that,
Our
we
Constitution, though, we only requires 4 hours notice for a special session.
okay, because we could,
I've been correct.
so we're lucky. We waited 3 days instead of 4 hours.
Yeah. I was being corrected. I think that changed.
So I guess
That's
we
from the
saved
old
the
days.
taxpayers' money just a little bit because instead of going for 4 hours, we decided to wait 3 days.
I was corrected. It's not 4 hours anymore. That's
Oh, what is it then?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just saying it took us 3 days. And then on top of that, the injunction has not been lifted, correct?
Correct.
So we're here spending taxpayers' money. We're spending more cost than we usually do on a regular session for hotel rooms because they're more expensive than they usually are. To be here, I'm just making sure I'm getting this clear because it's not making sense to me. We're here spending taxpayers' money to be here in 3 days, paying extra costs for hotels and restaurants, gas, because we all know gas is expensive now, so we had to pay more for gas to get here. Food is expensive, so we're paying more money for food, but it's taxpayers that's footing the bill for us to be here for a bill that is unconstitutional. Yes. That was a question.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion. Okay, well, I wonder how taxpayers feel when they hear this. And also, we have to litigate this. So this is nothing that we're just doing. We have to go back to court. And I heard you say that we have better attorneys now. Correct? Where are these attorneys coming from that we have better attorneys?
Attorney General's office.
Attorney General's office. Okay. So when we spent $68 million since 2020 for attorney fees, we didn't have the best of attorneys when we spent $68 million from 2020 to now for attorneys to represent us and pay off settlements.
I'm not sure that we paid the state employees that much money.
No, the attorneys that we hired. For instance, I don't know if you all remember, but I can't seem to forget the attorney that we hired to file an AI bill in the Supreme Court.
Was that a reapportionment attorney?
Yes.
A reapportionment attorney filed an AI filing in the Supreme Court. I'm completely unaware of that.
You were completely unaware. You're not. You don't know about the AI attorney?
It wasn't in, was it in reapportionment litigation or was it in
It's the
another?
one that was paid $68 million since 2020.
That was, and it was, you're saying that we have paid reapportionment attorneys $68 million.
I talked with one of the contract members, and I've been told that we paid the attorney that was submitting AI motions $68 million that comes from the taxpayers' money.
And guess what? That money was in the Department of Corrections lawsuits, not reapportionment.
But it's still frivolous money that we're spending from our taxpayers to pay attorneys for these frivolous lawsuits. Like we're here this week spending frivolous money from taxpayers on unconstitutional laws. So I guess we have money to throw away that our taxpayers have. No comment. I understand.
You're conflating two different, multiple lawsuits.
Well, you know what? It's still unconstitutional lawsuits and lawsuits that we keep filing over and over and over
We
that
did
the
not-
taxpayers foot the bill for. Just like this special session in 3 days. Okay. Also, we are here and we speak as the voice of the people when we come down here. Has anyone taken the time to talk with our constituents or your constituents to see, is it necessary for us to be here when there's a court order that we are under? Was it necessary for us to be here for a special session? Has anyone taken the time that's here voting on this bill to talk with your constituents to see if they feel like this is the most important thing going on in the state of Alabama at this time? We're here for their voices.
That's really a question you need to ask the governor.
I'll ask the
The
governor.
governor's the only person that can call us into extraordinary session.
I do
Cannot call
believe it
ourselves
was-
in.
I do believe it was more than the governor that made this decision. She called it, but I do believe it's more than the governor that went to her for this. When I say that, do you really think the taxpayers want to continue to pay millions of dollars of legal fees when they're concerned about how they would eat each and every day?
The lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing today?
I'm just having a wonderful day. Thank you.
Okay. I was listening to the conversation between you and Representative Laura Hall. And what the first question that I want to ask you is explain to me what actually happens if this bill passed.
It sets up, all this bill does is if the injunction's lifted, the governor can call a special session, a special election in the 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th congressional districts to elect the nominees for both political parties that will be on the November ballot.
Okay. And you named 4 of those representatives, correct? Okay. My background, I am a trained auditor, and I am trained to watch body language. I'm trained to read in between and to listen. And what I've been listening to and reading is that you all want 6-1 instead of 5-2. Is that correct? Because I've been reading it. It's in writing. I'm just asking the question.
I would like to see us implement the plan that was passed by the legislature in 2023 and signed by the governor.
Okay. So,
And we will let the voters decide who they want to elect.
well, we're doing the voters do that now, right? So we're going back to gerrymandering. Is that what we're doing?
We're going back to the plan that was passed by this legislative body in 2023.
Okay, so but that's what we're going back to. We're actually trying to turn Alabama, and not just backwards, but to a third world state. And we're trying to go backwards instead of move forward. We're paying $4 million to be here today. But can you think about and really think about what we could have done to help our state with $4 million? The people in this state are hurting. Not only are they hurting, Pringle, they're tired. They are tired. So do you not think that this bill not just going to affect black folks, but it's going to affect you too? It's going to affect everybody. It's not just going to be us. And we have to start thinking long term when we come here and do things like this. We have to think about the long term and what effect that this bill will have on people. You know, and the last thing that I really wanted to see that this was blatant racism. But it is what it is. You know, and I'm really disappointed. I'm very disappointed. I'm hurt and I'm disappointed because to me, this is uncalled for. It really is. And I know that it was unexpected, well, to some of us or most of us, because all our offices are in a disarray. You know, the name's been taken off the seat. So it wasn't like it was planned, because if it was a planned special session in the beginning, these offices, it wouldn't even look like this. But anyway, I just think that, you know, what we're doing here, or what you all are doing here, is taking away black representation and undermining the power of the black vote. And that's what's going on here. But I'm going to say this to the people that's listening, because I know that my phone has been off the chain. And people are concerned. They are yours too. Because that ought to tell you something. You know, and I got black, white, Hispanics, all kind of folks in my district. And I represent all people. All people. All people. But what I'm going to tell the folks in my district is that to remember that your vote is powerful. It will stay powerful. And we have overcome harder times than this. So I'm telling you, better watch out. I want you all to be prepared and mobilized and vote. I want you to pay attention to the changes in elections and create a voting plan for you and your family. And go out there and not just go out and vote for yourself, but take people to the polls. I already got 3 buses waiting to take people to the polls, because we have to push the vote and do what's right, because we will overcome. So, and I'm still trying to understand, Pringle, you're on my time. You're being disrespectful. I have never been disrespectful to you, have I? Ever. Ever. So I do want to go back to Representative Gray's question to you. What make your plan better, the 2023? Don't tell me you don't know and you don't remember, because you knew that bill. You put stuff in writing, so don't tell me that.
I always like my bills the best.
Well, we all do, because when we write our bills, we write them to benefit what?
I always like my bills best.
But when you write your bills, who are your bills benefiting?
I write a bill that I think benefits the state of Alabama.
Okay, so with that being said, why is your bill 2023 the best?
No, I didn't draft this plan.
So you don't know nothing about it. We passed the bill. So when you got up and explained your bill to us, you just was telling us some BS.
I said this is the bill that the Senate sent to us.
Oh, can you say that again?
The Senate drew this plan and sent it to the House.
Right, and you carried it, right? And so you didn't know anything about it. You didn't know the details of your bill when you was carrying it.
I gave all of y'all all the information. I gave you the maps. I gave you the percentages. I gave you all the demographic information that I had. You had the right to read it. Everybody in this room had the right to read it. This has all been litigated. There's nothing secret. This is the map.
So but
why
are we here when we're really just waiting?
There are a lot of states, I think, in the same position.
But we're Alabama. Each and every state is different.
Well,
I'm asking about us because we're here now.
but Louisiana just got its injunction lifted on them.
But that's Louisiana. I'm asking about Alabama.
Well, we've got an appeal asking the court to lift an injunction on us.
Okay, so where are we with that?
It's pending before the court, is all I can tell you.
So it's pending before the court, but we here on something that we're waiting on. So we really just here wasting time.
That's your opinion.
Well, it is, and we all have one.
Exactly.
We
You're
all
entitled to it.
have one, and you know the rest of it. So I'm disappointed. I'm gonna reiterate that I'm very disappointed, and I just feel that to come down to black and white, I'm disappointed. To say you want 6-1, I'm disappointed. To try to eliminate somebody's seat, I'm disappointed because we could be doing a whole lot more better things than this in the state of Alabama. And again, I will reiterate that people are tired. They're tired. People are hurting. And it's not going to just affect black people. It's going to affect your people too. It's going to affect all. We need to start looking past today and yesterday. We need to look past on what the things that we do here, how it affects, and what's the long-term range of what's going to happen. We need to start thinking about that, and we need to stop all of the hate. Why? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I was not raised like that. I was not raised to hate. I was not raised to take from people. We need to start thinking about those things. But all I want to say is to my folks, get out and vote. Take folks out to the polls. Get buses out to the polls. It explain to the people what this bill really does and a lot of other stuff that people have passed in this house, what it do. Because there'll be a change on both sides, not just ours, because it's going to affect everyone. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Hendricks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Real quick, is it safe to say that you're a man that respects the law, right?
What?
You respect the law. You respect the law.
Yes, sir.
All right. Question. Do you think that political disenfranchisement is a safety hazard, a safety threat?
Repeat your question.
Do you think political disenfranchisement is a safety threat?
Is a what?
Safety threat.
I understand, but how did disenfranchisement and safety threat come together? I'm confused.
Because what we're talking about, a bill is taking away representation from people. Correct?
That's your opinion?
No, I mean, it's true.
That's your opinion? Go.
Okay. I say that to say because it is. As a person that serves and protects each and every day, because I want to talk to you from a different angle, right? Completely different angle, right? Policing is extremely more dangerous. It's dangerous when the community views the government as an enemy in conflict. Do you understand that? Policing is extremely dangerous when the community views the government as an enemy in conflict. Prime example. This just happened recently. A couple of days ago, I received a phone call from an officer, right? Lately, we had an uptick in crime because it's hot, people outside, there's a whole lot going on. So we went to this particular person's house. This house is a good witness, typically give us information about stuff that's going on in the community. We go to his house, knocks on the door, asks him, to come to the door so we can try to get some more information to help us solve these cases. The officer knocks on the door. He didn't come to the door, but we knew he was at home. Again, we go to him a lot because he's a credible witness. The officer waited at the door for about a good 10, 15 minutes. He finally comes to the door. The officer asks him, he asked the officer, why are you here? How can I help you? The officer explained to him that, hey, we've been having a lot of crime within the area. I'm asking, do you know any information or do you know anybody that's committing these crimes? He said, no. He said, call your sergeant. So the officer got to thinking, like, what do you mean call my sergeant? So the officer, he said, call your sergeant. He said, where your sergeant at? He said, well, my sergeant is in Montgomery. So he calls me on the phone. He gives the phone to the individual. I asked the individual, how can I help you? He said, no, how can I help you? I said, well, it's an uptick in crime. I'm calling you, we came to your house and asked you to see, do you have any more information about the crime that's going on in the community? He said, why should I help you uphold the law here in Montgomery when you legislators are disrespecting the law in Montgomery? Again, he said, why should I help you uphold the law here in Birmingham when you legislators are disrespecting the law in Montgomery? That's what he said to me. Not only that, he proceeds to say, are you all prepared for a public outcry? I said, sir, well, I understand. One thing about supervisors, we always tell our officers to do everything in your power to de-escalate the situation and also treat people with respect. That's what we do. But in this case, we're not doing it. We're not. We're not hearing the people's voice, and we're not treating them with fairness. We're not. This is challenging for me because I had people from my area of voicing their concerns all day in the area. I'm getting emails, phone calls, and text messages, right? I'm just letting you know personally, I'm voting no, not just because of fair maps, fair representation, but also the men and women who swear the oath to serve and protect you. They want the community to know, to trust them, not the government that's going on today. And I rest my case. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Reverend Jones.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Holding up pretty well.
Feet are hurting.
Representative Pringle, we know each other quite well. I know your personality. I know a whole lot about what you know because we've had discussions about it. I was thinking sitting there, when I was very young, I used to watch this television show. You may not be familiar with it. It was called Dragnet.
Oh, loved it.
And they had a sergeant on there named Friday. And he would always say, we need the truth, the whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. Now, I'm not going to go back over everything that you've heard and all the questions and asked of you, because I know that you know more about these maps than anybody in Montgomery. I know that. Because I asked you about something about my district, and you even knew the streets in my district. I didn't understand that, but you knew them. And all I'm
Because we're
saying,
from the same hometown.
and all I'm saying about that is, look, we all know what this is about. Nobody expected this to be an easy day in the legislature. But I would say this. It is not natural for us to see an argument in the legislature where only the Black caucus got questioned. Now, either one or two things. I know there's some strong-willed, strong opinion people in here. Either they've entrusted you to represent them all, or you've imposed a gag order. Which one was it?
I have not imposed a gag order on anybody asking me a question.
Somebody
Mr.
did.
Chairman. No, I have not.
Now, the reason I asked this question is I know that there are a lot of different opinions about this subject matter. You know, I'm not a Facebook person, but every now and then I read it. And I've read a lot of these opinions about it. But I hadn't heard any of those opinions from you. And I'm just wondering, why are we at the point where we all can't just be open and honest about where we are today? We are talking about a subject, and I think people get uncomfortable when we start talking about race. But Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, that's what it's about. Not about anything else but that. So we've got to talk about that. And whatever is done here is going to have an impact on that in this state. And I think somebody said before me, and let me repeat it, that it will affect everybody in this state, not just us. We've been there before. I know you have, and I've had. We've been there before. We've been to the point where people are trying to fight to preserve their rights. We've been to the point where there was no unity at all in the entire state. And I'm afraid that we are taking this very lightly. I've noticed during this discussion, speaker had to ask for order several times, but nobody paid attention to what's being said here. What's done here today will have an impact on the future of this state immediately. Immediately. And I would just say to you, this is something that I was told a long time ago. There's a real tragedy in having a closed mind. I think we ought to all look at this from the perspective of how will it affect our state? Because it's not going to go away. It's not going to be something we pass today and, you know, everybody's lovey-dovey and everything's going, it's not going to be that. That's not this kind of situation. It will affect this state. It will affect relationships. It will affect partnerships. It will affect people working with each other, not working with each other. And it will affect how people feel about their colleagues. So I would just suggest that we take this very seriously. There is a real tragedy in having a closed mind. It binds the will, chills faith, and destroys hope. So it's a dangerous thing to have. And I would just suggest to us that we make a decision based on where we are, not what somebody in Washington or somebody in Louisiana or somebody in Tennessee is experiencing. But we make a decision on what's best for Alabama and all the people in Alabama. I don't think I see that environment here. I don't see that. And I have a lot of respect for all the people that I serve with, all of them. And I get to the point where I get to know some of them, even their hearts and their minds. And a lot of that is absent here today. It's absent. And it really troubles me that it is. Because we've come too far to go backwards. And let me just speak for myself. I have no intentions of going backwards 1 inch. Not one. And whatever it takes for me to move forward, that's what I'm committing to do. So I would just ask that we all look at this from a perspective of how we as individuals will deal with this situation. I keep up with the national news, the local news. I know the midterms are coming. I know we want to affect the midterms. I know what kind of pressure you're getting from Washington and from, I know that. I even had I read a letter from one of your former colleagues, Ken Qualheim. I read a letter from him. You got the letter about what ought to be important to us over what's best for us. That is not going to be good for any of us. And I would just say here, we ought to be very, very serious about how we move with this. Because how we move with this will determine the future of this state and maybe even this nation. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Thank the speaker for recognizing. I just want to bring this picture out. My mom gave me this picture when I got elected, and she said, "What do this picture say to you?" And she's an educator, and she always put me through these tests. And I sat down, and she framed this picture for me, and she said, "What does this picture mean to you?" And I said, "It means representation. It means a voice and progress." The president there was a Southerner, but they all knew, they understood something, that the way this country is going to thrive, to be the best it can be, is through progression, moving forward, getting away from something that was hindering the nation.
Can I interrupt you? Is that the president signing the 1965 Voting Rights Act?
Yes.
You know, my former boss, Jack Edwards, voted for that bill. He was a Republican in his first term in the United States Congress from Mobile. And I'm just sitting here wondering if he's in that picture because he supported that bill in 65.
Absolutely. But this bill is about progress.
I'm just looking.
And it's about representation.
Because my former boss, Jack Edwards, who I worked for, voted for that bill.
That's right. But see, and the thing about it is, and what we experience in this day in history is that a lot of blacks are feeling like we are taking representation away from us. It's 1.3 million, it might be 1.3, 1.5 African Americans, blacks in the state of Alabama. And I heard somebody say, I think I saw an article, maybe you said it. You believe that we can have seven Republican districts, right?
I said, I believe if the Republicans run quality candidates and turn out, that it's the opportunity for the Republicans to win all 7 districts if they run good candidates, yes.
So how can we, my thing is, how can you do that if you got between 1.3, 1.5 blacks in the state of Alabama, and you got some in concentrated areas? What map you have to draw to get those 7?
I think we can win them under this 2023 plan.
Exactly. So, but that 2023 plan went to court. And what did the court say? Because, well, let me say this. It was 5, I think it was 4 cases that led, representation cases, which was 1986 case, which was the Thornsby case. Then we had Shaw Reno case in 1983, 1995. We had the Miller Johnson case. And then we had the Allen Milligan case in 2023. All those cases led to that 2023 map saying it was unconstitutional under the Voting Rights Act, right?
Yes, the court ruled against us. I think, I think with the right candidates, we can win with the voters. I think the voters will elect our candidates to win.
But what about the map now?
Because you're just assuming that all 7 of the Republican candidates would be white, and that's not necessarily true.
But what about, so what's wrong with the map now then? Why we want to go back to 2023?
Because
in that case, if you have legitimate candidates,
yeah,
right? You say you get good candidates. Have a good candidate now to run in the map that's today, because the federal courts already ruled and said that map was unconstitutional.
And the Supreme Court has now changed and reversed in Louisiana. We're going to ask the Supreme Court.
But it's not. It didn't reverse it. It altered it. It's not,
Well, they
because
altered it. You're right. I'm sorry. They altered
Yeah.
it and they changed it. Louisiana is now doing the same. And we're going to ask the court to lift the injunction against us.
But it's still the same thing. What's going to happen with 1.3 blacks in the state of Alabama? We're going to be in the same boat. If we're going to violate, if we're going to go against these cases, and we go against these cases and violate what we're doing in this body, if we do this, we'll be back in court because we're still going to violate the Constitution because we're going to move. It's going to be a redrawing district. Going back to 23 map, right? That's what you said. We're still going to violate what the voting right bill has done in that district. It's still going to be a problem because you're still going to move voters. Because if somebody do a lawsuit, you're still going to move these voters in a way where that somebody that don't have my idea or what I want to be in office because it's not enough blacks in the district.
Blacks still have the right to vote. We're not infringing on the right for them to go in the voting place and cast a ballot.
But you will be diluting that vote.
Well, they still have the right to vote. They're still able to go vote. We're not taking.
But it's unconstitutional to dilute that vote, right?
We're not infringing on their right to go to the polls and vote.
No, not about voting, but by diluting the population to have a favorable map and not toward blacks because you were diluting that vote. Because in that case, in the 1986 case, it's three. What was the three factors in that case?
Listen, this is what the court's here for. The court is going to decide this issue. All my bill says is whatever the court decides, if they decide to vacate their injunction against us, we're going to hold an election. You're asking me to tell you what the court's going to do. I have no clue what the court's going to do. I'm not an attorney. I'm just asking this body to provide a mechanism, should the court lift this injunction, that we can have a special election for nominees to both political parties and 4 congressional districts. That's it.
And what was the district numbers again? It was
1, 2, 6, 7.
It's something else that's been bothering me too because absentee ballot. If the court moves this injunction, Uniform and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, right? What's going to happen, even with the people that vote in the military that's overseas? Is there any mechanism to help if they change?
They will be able to vote in the special election absentee.
They'll be able to vote in the special election. So, and I've been getting, and I was so surreal yesterday. I was at the rally, and I saw my colleagues speak, and I never thought I'd be in this place in 2026. They said some good stuff, and the representation is people are bothered by the fact that we can lose representation. And this can happen, regardless of what you say about, we're not losing the right to vote. We're not talking about voting. But we're talking about diluting the vote for blacks in the state of Alabama. We have 2 congressional seats. There's 5 other seats. It's 7 total. It's just 2. The 2 represents the 1.3, 1.5 blacks in the state of Alabama. They actually got it right. And the concern is you're going to take the voice and the representation away on the federal level because the point is, I'm like, how did we even get here? You still have a majority in that delegation. But how do we get to the point that we want to have a total control on the federal level in a sense? We already have a supermajority in the state, in the House and in the Senate. How did we get to the point we just want to get, how did we get here? Let me ask you that question. It's 5-2 right now. So how did we originally want to get here? Why now?
I mean, the court.
No. Why now? Because I never thought, let me say this, I never thought I'd see the executive branch dictate the legislative branch. I never thought I'd see that in my life. From the federal level to the state level. It's a checks and balance system, do you agree? Because the 3 branches are designed to have checks and balances, right? Even if the same party do something outrageous, the legislative branch will say, you know what, that's too far. The judicial branch would bag the other 2, whatever, and make that decision because that's how the Constitution was set up. But I never in my life thought I'll see today where the executive branch dictate everything doing legislative-wise. We're here to, if the governor right now do something that we do not, do something that we disagree with, we're supposed to put that in check as legislators. That's why we got 3 branches of government. I got taught that in U.S. government. But we're not doing that anymore.
The governor has the constitutional right to call us into session
I just don't
at their
talking about.
discretion.
It's not just session, but even if we have the leadership here, we are the people house, right? Even though everybody's voted. But our districts are smaller for a reason. Our ear, this is the lower chamber. Our ear is to the people. There was a lot of people outside and a lot of voices were heard about the problem of this bill, of doing this. No, that don't change anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate this opportunity to dialogue with you a moment. You know, my early college career, I spent a little time in ROTC, and they talked about that that the leadership is not an art, but the ability to gain the confidence of your people by providing for their well-being. You know, I have adopted that. I have used that as a guiding philosophy in many things that I do, because it does mean a lot, you know, that you have been given the confidence and the people believe in you and they trust in you and they want to know and they try to, and they usually answer some questions and it's kind of always say it's my responsibility from leadership. And one question I have here this morning is, isn't it the responsibility of this legislative body to protect the voting rights of every Alabamian, not just those with political influence or power? Isn't that our responsibility?
Yeah, we're not doing anything to affect their ability to vote.
Okay. Shouldn't our first obligation be assuring every citizen that they have an equal voice in choosing their representative? You know,
That's the reason we have the principle, one man, one vote.
but we have the principle, but how do we ensure people understand and appreciate and recognize that principle?
Well, we all represent the same number, roughly the same number of people. Each member of Congress represents roughly the same number of people.
But with different backgrounds, different things in life that affects them and how they feel that they, feel represented. Like that's what we deal with. Other question, are we fulfilling our constitutional duty if communities continue to question whether their votes carry equal weight?
That's a question before the court.
That's a question for the court. But that's what we're supposed to be elected to do, so that when courts get what we've done, a decision that we made, they just review it as a decision that we made, and they can say yes or nay, it was a good job, it was done. Shouldn't fairness and equal access to representation be the guiding principles behind any changes to our election system?
Can you repeat that, please?
Shouldn't fairness and equal access to representation be the guiding principles behind any changes to our election system?
And we're not doing anything to change anybody's access to voting.
We're not changing any access to voting, but we're changing the access to the group of voters who they can vote for.
Through redistricting.
Redistricting. What independent protection remain or exists to guarantee that no voter's influence is diluted because of race, or geographic, or political disadvantage?
We still have the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the 14th Amendment to the Constitution and the 15th Amendment.
So we still utilizing that as the guiding factor that people can look at, because the public assumes right now that the Voting Rights Act has been got rid of or weakened so that it's not effective anymore.
Yeah.
That's the story being told in the public. That's why, again, because as I'm talking about someone from a leadership position that goes back and talk to my community and tell them what's going on. You got to have confidence in what I'm saying and what I'm doing. So what I'm telling them, based upon your comments, the leader, this is how I'm answering these questions. We still got the voting right to this.
First, let me remind you, we are not redistricting right now. We're only talking about a special election. And it's interesting because I've heard people scream that the Voting Rights Act has been done away with, and I think you and I both agree, standing here today, and my colleagues, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is still here. And so is the 14th Amendment.
But yeah, and that's what I said, but there's been changes on how it's interpreted.
Exactly.
Which is everything.
They a very narrow change to the definition of how it's interpreted. There's a very narrow ruling.
And that's true. And the next question, is can we honestly say we are protecting democracy if some citizens continue to feel they're excluded from meaningful representation? And I think that's one of the big issues that right now people feel that they are being excluded, that they're being left out, that that their vote really doesn't matter because they can't elect people who feel and that they understand their pain, understand what they go through, and can actually represent them, that they feel like that opportunity is being taken away from them. And it's on both sides. How do we deal with that as an issue, addressing that to our voters?
I don't know how to address other people's feelings.
Does this body not have a moral and constitutional responsibility to preserve public confidence in the fairness of our election?
Again, all we're doing is providing a mechanism should the court lift its injunction to have a special election where everybody has the right to go to the polls that day and cast the ballot for the candidate of their choosing. We're not impinging on that right at all.
Yeah, but what if this takes place, if it does get the okay and it's taking place after the May 19th primary where folks have already went to the polls and voted to elect folks, then you come in and say, oh, we got to do over these groups because this has changed. If that does happen, I'm not saying it will, but doesn't that cause a confusion with voters? When people see that I've voted and cast my vote, then now you tell me my vote doesn't count?
Districts change. And people adopt to being in a new district.
But I'm talking about the time that they've already voted for somebody and then it supposedly changed again, because I think part of your language says that even if that does happen, then the top vote getter will be the winner. We won't go through the process like typically you will have a runoff to decide. You're basically saying the top vote getter is the winner based upon the principles discussed in your legislation, right?
The person who gets the most votes wins.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but we typically do that by decision if it's the runoff. People get the top vote getters, top two.
But we don't have a runoff in the general election. It's the top vote getter wins.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the primary.
Yeah,
always been the primary.
But in this case, it's going to be the top vote getter wins.
Okay. How do we assure the people of Alabama that changes being proposed are rooted in fairness rather than political convenience. Most folks feel this is all about politics. Because, for instance, the redistricting occurred in, midterm in a lot of countries, which Alabama, I know Constitution, forbids redistricting to occur midterm. It has to be after every 10 years and everything. And now people are seeing this and what stuff's going on. How do we as Alabamians leadership assure, that our proposals are rooted in fairness? It's not about political convenience. It's not about trying to get another. It's about how do we assure that this
It'll be
legislature
decided in the federal courts.
by the courts? Looking down the road, when future generations look back at this moment, will they see a legislature that expand their trust and fairness, or one that weakens public confidence? I think that's the biggest question that we have from this today. What would the public see when it's over with? Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Lands. While she's making her way down here, we have a guest in the gallery for Birmingham Board of Education. Deontay Williams is the guest of Representative Moore and Datcher. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Does the gentleman yield? Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am. They're trying to sweeten me up a little bit here.
Got it. Thank you. Colleagues, as we serve here today in this special session, I want to remind us of a principle that should guide every decision that we make in this chamber. And that principle is fairness. Fairness in how we govern, fairness in how we draw our districts, and fairness in how we ensure that every Alabamian, every single one, has a voice in our democratic process. The bill before us may look technical, but the heart of this moment is anything but technical. When courts step in to correct inequities in district lines, the people deserve a process that is transparent, orderly, and fair. They deserve to know that their vote will not be weakened by confusion or delay. They deserve a system that treats every person with dignity and respect. And what we're seeing with this bill is simply not fair, it is not transparent, and it does not treat every person with the dignity and respect that they deserve. Over the past few months, like many of you, I've been knocking doors across my district. And what I've heard is something powerful but simple. It's the same thing that Representative Hollis said she was hearing. People are tired. People are sick and tired. They are tired of fear being used as a political tool. I've had lifelong Republicans tell me that they don't recognize their party anymore. I've had independents tell me that they're exhausted by the rhetoric. Folks don't understand why we're not dealing with the real issues that Alabama's facing today. We have hungry kids. We have a mental health crisis. We have an affordability crisis. People are hurting. People don't understand why we spend time renaming the Gulf of Mexico when there are real issues that we need to be working on. People are tired of being afraid of one another, afraid of change, and afraid of their own neighbors. Do you think what we are doing here today is what the people want?
I think the people want the opportunity to vote for the candidates that they're choosing.
I would disagree. I think absolutely not, because what I hear instead from parents, from teachers, nurses, business owners, is their desire to build something better together. A desire for stability, for honesty, and for policies that are focused on lifting people up and not tearing them down. And we are in the people's house, and the people are speaking loud and clear. They told us in public hearings that they oppose this legislation. They've told us in emails and texts and phone calls that they are overwhelmingly opposed to this waste of time, money, and energy. As legislators, we need to act on behalf of the people. And they have told us loud and clear. So let's be about the business of the people here today in this, the people's house. And I've said for a very long time now, especially with my background in community mental health, that everything always comes down to love versus fear. Every situation, every issue, it's love versus fear. It's that simple. And let's be honest, we're all afraid. It's very human. So yes, we're scared. But what it comes down to is what our motivation is. Are we motivated by fear, or are we motivated by love? We need to be motivated by love. Fear cannot be our motivator. Fear should never be the engine of our policy making. Fear cannot be the reason we draw lines the way we do or write laws the way we do. We must always choose love. Love for our families, love for our communities, love for this state that we all call home. Because love is the only force strong enough to move people towards something better. And we must include love for those who feel and believe differently. Although we may disagree, there is love and respect for everyone, and an honest willingness to hear and understand our differences so that we can find a little common understanding. Some say fear is the strongest motivator in politics. But what I've witnessed is the opposite. Love is what keeps us engaged even when the system feels heavy. Love is what gives people the courage to believe that Alabama can be better than its past. So as we debate the details of this bill, I hope we remember that our responsibility is not just to the letter of the law, but to the people who live with the consequences of our choices. Let's choose fairness over advantage. Let's choose clarity over confusion. And let's choose the courage that comes from love, not the shortcuts that come from fear. Alabama is at its best when we lead with hope, with honesty, and with a commitment to doing right by every person we serve. That is the spirit I hope I bring to this session, and I believe it's the spirit that can guide us forward. I hope you all will join me. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Insler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gladly.
Thank you. I know that on social media and certainly in the press, the commentary from a lot of political leaders has been that this is simply a partisan effort and that this is about Republican versus Democrat, that this is about expanding the map to be more red. But the truth of the matter is it is about race, because the only way you get to achieving having a more red congressional delegation is by looking at race to change up the districts. And we've tiptoed around it a little bit. We've gotten at it in some ways, but have some questions to better understand how we achieve the outcome. And before I get to that, though, I just want to say I know the governor is the one that calls the special session, and I just wish that we had a special session dealing with things like Medicaid expansion. There are hospitals closing all over the state, people having to drive 1-2 hours to get to an emergency room. There are people everywhere that want a lottery so that we can fund needed services. So there are so many other things we could be using our time for in a special session other than a bill like this. I've heard you say a few times that we're doing this, it's up to the court, but we didn't need to be here in the first place doing this and having a bill dealing with this. And if we were to be here for a special session, there are a whole host of other important reasons and things that we could have been doing with our time. But I have a couple of questions. If, say, the court does lift the injunction and we revert to old maps, what would happen to the district currently held by Representative Shamari Figures?
I know that it would put Mobile and Baldwin County whole. It'd be Escambia County and Covington County.
And then what would the likely electoral outcome be in that situation?
I don't have those numbers. They're on the Secretary of State's website. You're more than they've been out for years. You're more than welcome to go look.
What has been publicly the stated achieved goal of reverting to those old maps?
We think it was the plan. It's the plan that the legislature passed. We signed off on, and we want to go to what we drew, not the courts.
Right. So what would effectively happen then if the court lifts the injunction, we revert to the old maps? It would dilute Black individuals in that district, therefore diluting their ability to elect a candidate of their choice, and therefore then diluting Black representation, because Congressman Figures would very unlikely maintain that seat. So at the core of this is race. And I know people don't like to talk about race. I know we like to say that we're in a post-racial world. No one wants to admit or say that they're racist, but we have to admit that in order to achieve the partisan end goal that has been stated, there has to be a racial gerrymander that already has been ruled unconstitutional and illegal by a court to achieve that end goal. So what we are doing here is saying Alabama wants to revert to a map that will dilute the voice of Black people, and that already has been the issue, right? Saying that we're going to put fewer and fewer Black people in a district. Let's put a percentage that they're not going to be able to elect a candidate of their choice. And so yes, everyone still technically and has their right to vote, but it is beyond that. It is about, do they have a fair say in who represents them? And then people ask at times, well, why does that matter? Why does it matter who represents the district? There are needs in that 2nd congressional district right now that are being met because of Congressman Figures, that being in touch with the disparities and inequities and the challenges. So it matters then who's in there and who is representing that district. So if we did revert to an old map, would it or would it not decrease the percentage of Black voters in that district?
Again, I don't have those numbers in front of me. Those numbers are readily available. They've been on the Secretary of State's website for years. You could have looked them up. We spent hours debating those maps. The court case has been going on for years. You've been deposed. I mean, surely you know. I'm not asking for the exact numbers. I'm just asking, if we revert to the old maps, would the number of Black voters in the district go down? And if you don't know the answer, I do. It would. I mean, the number of Black voters in that, but it would no longer be an opportunity district. The number of Black voters would go down. So the end goal here of having your bill, having a special election, is to end up with a map that reduces the number of Black voters in the district, therefore diluting Black representation, therefore raising, again, constitutional questions
about the legality of those maps and putting us potentially back in the same situation we've been in. Are you not concerned that we're going to dilute the number of black voters and their ability to elect a candidate of their choice?
I believe that they will be able to elect the candidate they're choosing. What happens if we run an African American Republican?
So if there are less black voters in the district and want to elect a candidate of their choice, and we've acknowledged this in the previous redistricting effort, in Alabama, race overwhelmingly is correlated with then political preference. So in that situation, we're not talking about having the focus on a Democrat or Republican outcome. We're focusing on what the racial makeup of a district and what those voters would want, which overwhelmingly does translate to either a black representative or a Democratic representative. But in order to get there, it has to be an opportunity district to begin with. And if you dilute the number of voters in the district and you pack them and split them up into others, that effectively takes away their ability to choose a candidate of their choice.
That's your opinion, yes.
It's not an opinion. I mean, it's a fact. I mean, that is what happens when you do that. Shifting gears, if playing this out, say the court does lift the injunction post May 19th. So everyone has gone to the polls May 19th. Those votes are cast. Then it is nullified. People go back to vote again in new lines in new districts. What could happen in that situation then? Would there be the same or different outcome of the May 19th election?
I can't speculate about the outcome of an election.
Sure. So what would very likely happen is we revert to an old map. The number of black voters in the 2nd congressional district become diluted. Then the outcome of that election changes from having the candidate of choice for black voters to them being the candidate of choice for white voters. So at the end of the day, the end goal of having this special election is rooted in making sure there are less black voters so that they don't have a say in their candidate of choice.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but that's your opinion.
In Alabama, roughly what percentage of black voters vote Republican?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
So very few. So if you are taking more black voters out of a district, and I'm going to say it over and over again because it is so important, it is diluting their ability to elect the candidate of their choice and therefore achieving the racial end goal that is trying to be achieved. Not the partisan one, but the racial end goal.
I don't care to speculate on that. I'm sorry. I'm not.
I will end with this, that listening to colleague after colleague come up, I would hope, and I want to echo what Representative Land said, that yes, this is legal and legislative in nature, but there is a deep moral component to it. And other colleagues have said we start off with prayer. We pray for the wisdom and guidance, and then we go and vote in a way, though, that very candidly most of my black colleagues in here find that is very hurtful, not just on an emotional level, but on a legal level, on a moral level, on a constitutional level. And I would just hope that the prayers that we start with, in God that we trust, and asking for that wisdom, asking for that discernment, that we would follow biblical principles of compassion and empathy and fairness and exercise that in the way we vote on this bill. We shouldn't be here in the first place. We should just, and this is hundreds of years of history repeating itself, right? 17 and 1800s. Alabama didn't want to do the right thing by black people. Courts had to step in, and we needed the civil
Gentleman's
court.
time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Datcher.
You need a moment? Good. You need to get some more chocolate? You all right? Will the gentleman yield?
Gladly.
I'm still one of the new people here. And frankly, I still get chills when I walk in the building, and especially when I sit down at that desk over there and I see my family's name that's been carried generation by generation. I still get overwhelmed. And I'm excited that I still get that feeling every single day. I do not take the privilege to serve here lightly. I don't take it for granted. And I know that I never will. Because I take the responsibility so seriously, I spend a lot of time asking, researching, and reading about this issue because I have not been here that long. But I wanted to make sure I understood why we were here. I'm sure I was raised like most of the folks here, very humble beginnings, small, tight-knit families, hardworking, and just hoping for, wanting more for our children than we had for ourselves. But still, there was probably one difference that we simply cannot deny, a difference that we all inherited from generation to generation. A difference not just in experience, slave versus free, or in culture, back of the bus versus front of the bus, or not in wealth, redlining, and loan denials versus opportunity, and not just in a justice system that was rarely just for us. The difference always was hope. While some had certainty that our nation would do what was right, some of us had to hope that it would. My grandmother had to hope that her little girls would be safe at church a week after the 16th Street bus bombing, church bombing killed Denise, Carol, Cynthia, and Addie Mae. My grandmother passed that experience to us. My mama had to be bused. My mom's around the age of most of the people in this room. She had to be bused to a school 30 minutes away from her house, passing schools right there in her neighborhood. She had to hope that her children would get a better experience than she did, and she passed that experience to us. Today, as a father who tries to be a good father, I require excellence for my children. But I have to teach them to brace for the inevitable disappointment of discrimination, but I hope that it never happens to them. And that brings us here today. The Supreme Court has spoken, and no matter how I feel about it, that is the law of the land. The silver lining is that it did preserve Alabama's island judgment, saying that it would not be affected by this new ruling, but still, here we are in Montgomery today. This effort asks the questions or seeks to confirm that what the Supreme Court made Alabama do just a few years ago was unfair. That the maps that created 2 congressional districts of opportunity for African Americans were indeed unfair. And if we are here today challenging the outcome, I guess y'all want to figure out that we need to right a wrong. But the fundamental question that we're asked today was, if the maps were unfair, who are they actually unfair to? This is, we have 2 African-American congresspeople now. I guess we're saying that is unfair to white voters. I am loath, and you guys who know me know that I don't like to make things black and white, but the special session makes things black and white. It makes the conversation black and white. So if we're going to talk about what's fair, we're going to talk about black and white, let's just do that for a moment. The current census says about 63% of Alabama's white, about 27% is African American. So let's look at what's fair in relation to those numbers. Since Alabama became a state in 1819, we've had 54 governors. All of them have been white. 63% has had 100%. There have been 30 lieutenant governors since that office was created in 1868. All of them have been white. 63% has 100%. 54 secretaries of state, 48 state auditors, and 22 agriculture commissioners, all white. 63% has had 100%. 47 United States senators, never has one been black. 63% has always had 100%. A few other offices are a little bit better. We've had more than 100 Supreme Court justices at the state level. 2 have been black. Right here in the legislature, 5,000 people plus have served here. Fewer than 10% of those have been black. And in our congressional race, congressional offices, well over 200 have served, and only 6 have been African American. Of course, 3 of those came right after the Civil War during Reconstruction, but there was 118 years between Reconstruction and Earl Hilliard when there was no congressional black representatives from the state of Alabama. 63% had 100%. One of the most interesting things about this building is just walking down the halls and seeing the photos of those who have served there before us. You can literally see the evolution of this body as the pictures transferred and evolved from black and white to in living color. I love history, even very difficult history, and it is the very best teacher that we can have, so it's sad that today we are here repeating history and not learning from it. For me, I know that saying this right here makes me very naive, and I guess I am, but I am personally hurt by why we're here today. I've had the opportunity over the last year and a half to sit here with many of you, sharing stories of faith and of family, and now I see a room full of folks, this entire chamber on the Republican side, and not one of you will stand up to say what you mean. We will see in a few minutes that big board is going to tell the story, but guess what? Even though we are friends, some of me and you, we are friends, you don't owe me an explanation about anything that you do, but you owe it to this body, so stand up. You owe it to this state, so stand up. And friends, you owe it to history to tell them why you voted the way you do, so stand up. But also you owe it to your children and your children's children. My mom, my grandmom, and my cousin Peter, who is the unofficial historian for my family, he works closely with archives. They share stories about my family throughout the years. I don't mean to be presumptuous about anybody in this room, but I've never met a person whose parents or grandparents voted for George Wallace when he was a segregationist. Yet George Wallace got 96%, 75%, and 83%, but strangely, nobody admits to voting for him. Yet, you know, I'm gonna take my seat because I don't wanna say something to get me in real trouble. But I wonder if just a few years down the road, how many of your children, how many of your grandchildren will be told how you voted today? My guess is that just like nobody admits to voting for George Wallace, your folks ain't gonna know how you voted because you're not gonna tell them. You're gonna be ashamed of the stance you take and the fact that you sat in your seat and refused to stand up to even explain to us why you're doing what you're doing today. And that, my friends, as we close this building, is a very sad legacy for you to leave. Thank you.
To recognize the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield. The members of this body. Many of you know that my profession as a pastor, a preacher, I do a whole lot of funerals. And my normal dress for funerals is black because I mourn with those families. Today we mourn in this state house and in this state because of what takes place in this place. So I rise today not only as a legislator, sworn to uphold the Constitution, but as a servant of the people and a voice that refuses to be silent when justice is on the line. Because there comes a time when policy meets principle, when politics collides with morality, and when you must stand flat-footed and declare this is not right. And today, this bill, House Bill 1, is not right. It's not right for several reasons. One, it's a political strategy disguised as policy. Now let us tell this truth and shame the devil. HB 1 has been packaged as an administrative necessity, but in reality, it carries the markings of political strategy. This bill creates a pathway to alter election processes and timelines. In a moment when the people are already watching, already concerned, already questioning whether the system is fair, this is not about order, this is about control. And anytime legislation begins to look like manipulation instead of representation, somebody has to rise up and say, not on our watch. Secondly, is physical irresponsibility in a time of need. And then there is this cost. The physical note makes it plain. $4.5 million over the next 2 years. Let me ask you, how do we justify that to working families, to seniors on fixed incomes, to communities in District 57 and abroad and across Alabama that need investment, not diversion. The Bible says in Luke 16:10, he that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. But how can we claim faithfulness when we are willing to spend millions not to educate our children, not to strengthen our communities, but to fund confusion in our elections? That is not stewardship, that is waste. Thirdly, burdening counties and shifting responsibility. HB 1 places an unnecessary burden on our counties, forcing them to front election costs, navigate administrative disruptions, and wait on reimbursement from states. That is not partnership, that is pressure. Our local governments deserve support, not strain. They deserve stability, not uncertainty. Fourthly, this is a threat to trust in our elections. Now, hear me clearly. There is something sacred about the vote. Our ancestors marched for it. They bled for it. Some even died for it. And now we stand here considering legislation that risks shifting the rules in the middle of the game. Proverbs 11:1 says, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. And when you start adjusting systems in ways that benefit one side over another, that is a false balance. HB 1 does not build trust. It erodes trust, slowly, decision by decision. And once trust is broken, it is hard to restore. Reason number 5, we're ignoring the call for fairness and justice. We cannot ignore the moment we are in. Courts have spoken about fairness. Communities are crying out for representation. People want transparency, not tactics. Yet this bill moves us in the wrong direction. Yes. Risking further division, further legal challenges, further erosion of confidence in our democracy. The word says in Isaiah 5:20, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. We must not confuse political expediency with public good, a higher calling to serve people. We were not elected to manipulate systems. We were elected to serve people. Micah 6:8 reminds us, what does the Lord require of you? To do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. This does not reflect justice, it does not demonstrate mercy, and it does not walk in humility. A vote for the people. So today, I stand for fiscal responsibility. I stand for fair elections. I stand for integrity in our democratic process. I stand for the people of this state and declare with confidence, I will not be silent while systems are shaken. I will not be silent while trust is tested. I will not support what I know is not right. With faith in God and commitment to the people, I urge all of you to vote no on this bill. Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream, because this bill is not that stream. Mr. Speaker, can I yield the rest of my time to Dr. Boyd?
As accepted.
So much for the opportunity. Very few of you, please listen to me, can relate to what I'm going to. I don't see Holly up there, but when I walked in here and looked today, I thought I saw Speaker Clark sitting in his chair in his office. I go back and I saw walking in with me Representative Klaus. I saw you, and I have a little sympathy for you today for 4 hours because we came in together.
Thank you.
All right. For just the physical part of standing there. I know I don't have much time, but I want to tell you a lesson I've learned from both sides. You may say, she's no lawyer. No, but I'm a teacher. I learned from the Republican side. I learned from Democrats. If I got enough time, I want to give you 2 instances when I first came in. There was a gentleman sitting about where Representative Klaus was. He was beckoning for me. I'm new. I kept walking. He said, touch that little new one. I'm talking to her. I went to the gentleman who was a Republican. He said, I know you're angry because your bill didn't get out of committee. I said, yes, sir. He said, well, let me teach you a lesson right now. We don't get angry in here, we get even. I wondered. He said again, that was my biblical, that was not my teaching. 1 month from there, guess what? I made the quorum in a committee of 15. I got up, I walked out. They said, why are you leaving? I said, I have somebody waiting on my office. That was not truthful. They said, no, we need you. I knew that. I kept walking. Do you know, when I got outside the door, he was running. Did my bill get out? Bill get out? They said, think that little new one over there. You wouldn't believe it. From that session, whether he was Democrat, Republican, anything, he was. I've never asked for 10 minutes. I want to go through here, but I go back, Dr. Hubbard. This is something you may not know. I am the one who got the special word out of the special education budget they have been trying to do for years and years and years. Dr. Hubbard said, come on, Barbara, we're going to do it with you. Why was the word special? As we traveled around the country, people thought that was for special education as opposed to money. So it's called the education bill because of Dr. Hubbard and myself. Move on. House District 32, I'm the only person that has occupied this space. This is why it's so more important to me. And in my teaching career of 45 years and 6 months, most of my students look like all of you in the audience, not me. I've been through the fire, but I stood up. I've got mayors, you name them, everywhere. Everywhere. God has been. And you're looking at a miracle, even from the accident. I said, I'm tired. I'm not going to do anything else. I want to sit down. That was before. But when that happened and my son died in rehab, I felt like Job. What in the world? But that's okay. I've got to move on. Service to all mankind is what my good sororities and AKAs can relate to. God, stand up with me, y'all. We believe in service. Across lines, we advocate that. I'm standing here today for the future. That's why I got here. I hope I have taken a path or made a trail in areas where there was no path. That's my challenge to young people most of all. I am a teacher at heart. And you know that when I get up to the microphone, because I'll say in a minute, please listen to me. I'm not used to. When I leave here, if you can remember, not my personality, but if you remember my message as it is to my students, do all you can, all the good you can, be the best of whatever you are. And remember the words of Robert Frost in Stopping by the Woods on a Snowy Eve. He chose that path that was less traveled by, and to us today, the woods are lovely, dark and deep. We've been sitting here, each one of us inside, but we have promises to keep. Come on, you know the last line. And miles to go before we sleep. God bless you all, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for yielding time for me having the opportunity. I got to leave before I cry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to say nothing today, but I want to share some things with you. Some of y'all know. I wish y'all listen to me. I'm about the only person in this body. I may be the only one. I don't know yet. I wish y'all hear what I'm finna say about this bill. But Mr. Pringle, go ahead.
I'm listening.
Can you remember when me and you first met? Y'all was drawing the district line upstairs, I believe. Been a few years.
Yeah.
Last time we did it, I think. And you tried to move part of my district down in Pipe County. Me and you got in an argument about that. You don't forget that? I hadn't. And then you're still a good man. You can treat me wrong.
Did we fix it for you?
Folks can treat me wrong, and I still love them. You were just jiggling some figures around, and you want to put me down in Pipe County. And I told you, nobody in Pipe County know me. I said, look, let me stay where I'm at. Barber, Bullock, and Russell. That's where I'm still at. But let me say, I went in politics in 1970. Nobody listened. I can hear real good. I may be old, but I can hear real good. 1970, I ran for the city council in Eufaula, Alabama. Lost the election. Run the election at large. It was hard for a black man to get in office back in those days, run the election at large. I lost the election, 200 votes. The next 4 years, I ran for the same position, lost the election, 200 votes. So I came out of the courthouse where they got through counting the votes. And a young lawyer in Eufaula, Alabama, not going to call his name, he ran behind me and said, Mr. Ford, you'll never. Where's the speaker at? All right, everybody talking with me. I just sat down, y'all going to do the talking. A young lawyer in Eufaula walked up behind me and said, you will never win the election in Barber County, now another county in Alabama, because they run the election at large. They didn't know what he was talking about. I'm a young man. I'm a young man back in those days. Went to his office, signed, told him, he said, you got to sue the county commission with election and vote like they are now. Like they are now. I said, I ain't got no money for that. I got no money for that district. He said, you ain't got to have no money. He said, I'm going to take your case because I'm going to win the election because of discrimination, the way they got it set up. For all these many years, they've been discriminating y'all. So, 1982, I filed a lawsuit against the county commission. Well, I was afraid to do it. But that's what I did. Judge Robert Barnley, can you remember him? Somebody here remember Judge Robert Barnley. He never would rule if anything got to do with civil rights for black folk. He didn't take the case. My lawyer got it walking around there. He said, good gracious, look who they got signed to your case, Judge Robert Barnley. He's gonna rule against you today. I know he is. I don't feel like that. I didn't care whether he did or not. So we got through. The jury took a recess, and he said he came back. He said Barry Ford versus the Barber County Commission ruled in Barry Ford's favor. Folks started jumping sky high. He said the county commission back in those days had 5 members. He said, I want you to add 2 more districts. District 1 and District 3. Put me in District 3. Giving Barry Ford 65% black, 30% white. That's how I got here. that's how I got here by filing a lawsuit them many years ago. And it bothered me, and I ain't gonna be around to run all my days. Somebody gonna take this district here, and it may be gone. It may be gone by the time they get ready to take it. So I just want to say, I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I will, and I said what Mayor said a few minutes ago. I wish y'all would just kid this bill over. I got folks I get an absentee ballot for me, right? I got opposition. Yeah, I get an absentee ballot for me. Just got off the telephone with them, get an absentee ballot. And they got a bunch of them in all three counties. Got folks working in Bullitt County, Barber County, and Russell County, getting the absentee ballot. What's gonna happen to these folks? Tell me what's gonna happen to them if this bill passed. Tell me right now. I want to know. I want to know what to tell them.
The May 19th election in your county, in the congressional district only, would be nullified, and there will be a special election called by the governor at a later date in that district. 'Cause that's currently in the second district, correct? Yeah, it is.
Right.
It's in the second district, yeah. But all the other elections in your county will hold. All the other primary elections will hold. Only in your county, only the congressional election will change.
Well, I call it a hard time getting here. My daddy was a sharecropper. I worked on the farm all my life. I got grown and got married. Then I got me a job working at a sawmill. You ever worked at a sawmill? That's some hard work.
My great-grandfather owned one, but no.
That is some hard work, and that's what I did until I found a better job. When I retired, I was working at the American Building Company. Nucor bought them out just before you know anything about Nucor? They pay out big money. It was time for me to retire, making big money. And so I decided to run for this position up here and won. After having filed the lawsuit, and got it in the district, I won by overwhelming margin. Nobody never beat me. I may get beat in a few more weeks, but nobody never beat me. I always win. Know how to talk to folks, know how to treat folks, know how to stay in office. But I wish you would kill this bill over. Not for my benefit, because you said it don't affect me. I know it doesn't. I don't look through it. I don't have much to say. You know that. I sit back there and listen. But when I come up here, I have something to tell you. And look what I be talking about. I'm glad you are. But you did try to get me out at one time. You want to send me down in Pipe County. I know nobody in Pipe County. I know the elected officials down there. Nobody else I know. Well, I'm not. Barber County joined Pipe County. Do you know that? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Leader Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a previous question.
Clerk, receive the previous question.
Motion in writing. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 25, I move the previous question.
And his question is the previous question. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 76 ayes, 29 nays. Previous question is ruled. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does this legislature have contempt for the federal judiciary?
I can't speak for the legislature, but I can assure you I do not.
Okay, well, on April 29th at 9:47 a.m., the representative in this body who voted for the racially gerrymandered bill, this same bill in 2023, and just voted for it again, posted the following to show the legislature's contempt for federal courts in response to the Calais ruling. He said, and I quote, We have been called all kinds of names by the federal court in Alabama. I hope their apology is as loud as their rhetoric. This shows absolute defiance to the federal courts, even as we are under an injunction. Then let's go back to you, Mr. Pringle, because Representative Pringle, because you acted as though you don't remember or recall certain things that we talked about when I first came up here. You said this, and I quote, and you can find it at the 1722 mark on the Alabama channel for the Joint Committee on Redistricting, your opening statement. Complying with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and with the U.S. Constitution necessarily means complying with court decisions that interpret those provisions. And here's where it gets good. The committee cannot feasibly, every time a court interprets these provisions, and it would be unwise to start picking and choosing among court decisions to include some of them in guidelines and leave others out. Sir, those are your statements. Those are your statements. Then on July 18th, 2023, just 5 days later, you were in the committee in state government, same committee that I serve on that committee. It was at 10 a.m. At the 25-minute, 20-second mark, you went on and on into discussions about the map, about the Livingston map, the 30% and the 40%, and how you ultimately landed on the 40%. Also, you went back again in a question asked you by Representative Lawrence. You went on to talk about the 40% as though it was somewhat of a compromise between yourself, your numbers, your BVAP numbers versus Livingston's numbers, and how you came up with the 40%. And so you were specifically locked in on the percentages of black votes. It almost to where it goes right in line with Hoffler's information that I spoke about earlier, who was the gerrymandering mastermind for the South. So, and also up here today, when Representative Hollis stepped up to you. She asked you, she said, what did you know about the Livingston bill when you carried it? Your response, everything I had, everything I had, I knew, I gave to y'all the demographic information. That's what you said. Those were your words today. And yes, you said you gave us everything you had, yet you only cited demographic information. We never talked about geography and contiguousness, whole counties. Now, that was a part of the Pringle plan, was it not? Contingency, compactness, we discussed that on the Pringle plan, didn't we? But when we start talking about the Livingston plan, the only thing we obsessed over was demographics, specifically racial minority demographics. Isn't geography inextricably linked with demographics? I'm asking a question.
I can't answer. I don't know what's the question again?
Isn't geography inextricably linked to people's living patterns and demographics?
I'm not a demographer, so I couldn't answer the question.
Okay. The Alabama Black Belt, right? Called a Black Belt. I'm there because my ancestors were there, because they tilled the land, right? They tilled the soil. They worked the land. And today, the Black Belt is still majority black in most of those counties because that's where we resided. We were working on plantations, okay? And so we're here. So what I'm saying is that racial demographics are inextricably linked. Can you just, that's obvious. You can't state the obvious.
You're making the statement, not me.
I'm asking you a question. So you're saying that's not the case?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So is this Livingston plan a plan to dilute the vote, the black vote?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So your plan was one to dilute the black vote? The Pringle plan? So it was an inferior plan to the Livingston plan? Is that what you're telling us today?
It's obvious as an attorney, you've gone back and studied all this, and you're trying to twist and use my words against me, and I'm just going to let you talk.
Okay. Well, I'm going to end with this. You can quote me on this. This bill produces such a racial gerrymander that not even a lone black Republican serving in this body will hit his speaker light to come down to the well and defend it.
Question for the body is passage of HB 1. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 29 ayes, 1 abstention. HB 1 has passed. Pro Tem Pringle, you recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? We are adjourned.